full length and over the top of extra cover. Butler makes it look easy. He gets another boundary.
Overton down the track, and he has pulled this high and handsome.
Harry Brook uses his feet to Hasaranga, hits over the top and clears long on. Lovely shot from Harry Brook.
Hasaranga comes in. And oh my goodness, that's 6. That is 6.
For me, this is one of the best innings I have witnessed in white ball cricket from an Englishman. It really has. England trying to get back to being a force in white ball cricket, and I tell you what, if their captain can continue playing half as good as innings as what he's just played in this, then England are going on the right track.
So that's how the ODI series ended up. What a knock from Harry Brook, absolutely astonishing. Even in today's game, that took the breath away at times. 136 not out from 66 deliveries. England signing off in some style, winning the ODI series 2-1 after being 1-0 behind, with Harry Brook and Joe Root both unbeaten and with centuries to their name. Can we expect anything better today and across this 3-match T20 series? Well, not in the next 20 minutes or so, because the covers are on the outfield and the strip in Pallekele. Not the entire pitch covered, which is the only bit of optimistic news I can bring you. So that does suggest that they're not expecting a deluge anytime soon, and possibly, just possibly, with the ground staff still out there on the field of play, maybe we'll be getting underway. The toss and the teams we know the England team as it stands. Yesterday was announced. We don't know the Sri Lankans, and the toss still has yet to be called. So we'll wait for that. Well, let's bring you news of a competition that we're bringing you here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Win a trip to South Africa with the Barmy Army on TalkSport 2.
So, England's cricketers and the fans return to South Africa at the winter time, and as always, the Barmy Army will be out there in full force, and this time you could be too. We are giving away a week for 2 at the 2027 New Year's Test in Cape Town. Picture the scene, it'll be amazing. Every day of the match at one of the world's greatest cricket grounds, with flights, hotel and spending money all covered. It's your chance to secure 2 spots with the official Barmy Army. So you'll be right in the mix with the rest of the fans. So write this down if you have got a pen and a piece of paper, or get it on your phone. Just get this down, write it down, put it on the fridge if you want. For your chance to win, text WIN, that's WIN, to 83338. Cannot get any easier than that. Texts do cost £2.50 plus your standard network rate. So if you want, you can call 0343 418 7260. That's 0343 418 7260. So the call or text WIN to 83338. Lines close on the 6th of February 2026 at 4 p.m. So that's late next week, and that is when you'll need to answer your phone if it rings. 18 plus, UK residents only, so if you're following us outside of the UK, don't get involved. This is a network promotion. For T's and C's at talksport.com. For your chance to win, text WIN to 83338 now.
Win a trip to South Africa with the Barmy Army on TalkSport 2.
Okay, while we wait for the teams and the toss, let's hear a brilliant interview that took place yesterday. TalkSport's producer and reporter Scott Taylor is out in Sri Lanka, and he caught up with the man who some feel should be playing 50-over cricket, Phil Sort. He's going to be opening the batting for England today, and he caught up with TalkSport's Scott Taylor.
Phil, thanks for joining us. Welcome to Sri Lanka. How have you had the last couple of weeks off? You feel refreshed and ready to go?
Yeah, obviously got back home early Jan, had a bit of time off, and then straight back into it at Old Trafford and at Loughborough, getting ready for this. And it's good to be out here now with the series starting tomorrow.
I was reading today it's the first time you've actually been to Sri Lanka. It's the first time you played against Sri Lanka. So how are you looking forward to this next 3 T20s?
I played LPL out here a few years ago. What would that have been? 21 maybe. But I've not specifically been here. So I'm looking forward to it, to be honest. And I know they're a strong team in their home conditions. Obviously, the boys got the job done in the ODI series the other day. So hopefully, we can carry that into this series and put our best foot forward going into what's quite a big 6 weeks, 2 months.
Yeah, I know the bigger thing is to come, but how are you approaching these 3 games? Is it about fine-tuning your game, getting everything you need to then elevate in that T20 World Cup?
Yeah, I think so, and I think also just as a professional, it's about focusing on what the task is at hand. I think these conditions are going to be completely different to Mumbai and Kolkata, so there's no point looking ahead to that and thinking, what do I need to do in a couple of weeks' time? I think it's be where your feet are, and it's really, really basic, but do what you need to right now to get ready to play these boys tomorrow.
Have you had time to look back at the last couple of years? Because obviously IPL winner and your game's come on leaps and bounds over the last 2 years. What have you put that down to?
I think just constant stacking of the basics. Quite often I sit in these and people say, oh, what's the one thing? And there is no one thing. There's no golden bullet. I wish there was. I'd be everything. I'd be on the tennis tour, I'd be a scratch golf, I'd be everything. I think it's just about constant stacking of the basics. Do the best you can and always having your eyes open, always looking what you can get better at. I think that's a massive part of it. Just staying as level as possible and stacking the basics one day after the other.
And how much has playing all around the world in these franchise tournaments and getting little bits of information from every tournament helped you develop, I say, over the last 2 years or so? Yeah,
I think even longer than 2 years ago. I was playing franchise cricket long before I played for England. That's probably what gave my way in. I wasn't one of these guys who England would have known about from the age of 15, 16, 17, 18, didn't play 19s. It took me a bit of time to force my way in at Sussex, where I started. So I'd never had that sort of ECB pathway route. My routing was through playing franchise leagues and going away and just trying to better myself. So it's probably the cornerstone of my career, to be fair. And it gets rubbished a lot, doesn't it? Franchise cricket and all the rest of it. But it's been really, really important for someone like myself.
Yeah, and I appreciate you say it's been rubbish there, but you do get to play alongside the world's best players. So why do you think it's just a reputation of the money that's spent in it, or why do you think it gets a bad rap?
It's probably a combination of that. I've said before in the press, I think in the UK, I think we're quite suspicious of it. I don't know why that is. But I think we are quite suspicious of it. It always draws a lot of criticism and all that sort of a thing. And yeah, we love Test cricket. I love Test cricket. Everybody does. We know that. But franchise cricket and specifically T20 is such a big part of the game now. I couldn't give you an answer, but just always got one eye on it, haven't we?
And the fact that you've obviously had a run in the ODI side, but you're out of the ODI side now. Does it help that you've put all your eggs in this T20 basket over the last sort of few years, just to make you the best T20 player you can be, I guess? Yeah,
I definitely agree with that. I could spend my time going, I feel like I'm one of the best, if not the, in the country, and why aren't I? I could spend my time doing that, but what I'm going to do, instead of just focus on myself, just say, I'm going to be the best I can be at this. This is where I've still got an opportunity to impact and win games and, take us deep into a World Cup. And that's what I focused on, that's what excites me. And that's what I'm going to do. A lot of guys often say, the spread too thin, the schedule. There's all sorts of challenges that come with playing more than one format of international cricket. But now I feel like I've got an opportunity where I can put my full energy into being the best I can be at T20. And that does really excite me.
I know preparation has been a bit of a key word over the last few months with the Ashes and stuff, but I was reading you tend to watch quite a lot of the opposition. So when did that come along? Has that been something you've always been done, or with experience have you now got a formula that you stick to in terms of preparing for series? Yeah,
I think it's been a case of tweaking it over time. I always tried to do it when I was a bit younger, but it's a skill essentially, preparing. It's a skill in itself, and I've got better at it over the years. And now, I keep it a lot simpler than I used to. But I think it's just about setting it up for yourself that there's going to be no surprises. Teams play with different balances here. You know, they're probably going to play the 3 spinners here, 2 seamers all round, like whatever they go with. It's about just knowing that, you know, if they play, you know, the 1 seamer and the all-rounder, that you're prepared for that you know that guy that's to come in. You know what he does. You know he likes to set his overs up. You know he likes to get in and out of overs. Really, really basic things. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to hit any of those balls for 4 or 6. But it's just, you know, you've got a handle on the game. Sometimes that split second quicker than they do, and that, I find that can be a massive advantage.
Are you a firm believer then in if you put in the work, the outcomes will follow? And is it even more satisfying when you are in the form that you're in because of all this behind the scenes, what people don't see?
Yeah, I'd say so. And I think, you know, like I said to you about my route into it, you know, from when I was, you know, late teenager, everything that I've done has been, you know, built on just doing the basics and keeping it as simple as possible. So yeah, I suppose it is. I just want to keep stacking good training session after good day. You know, that's going to give me the best opportunity. You create your own luck, as they say. So that's, you know, the way I look at it.
Let's talk T20 World Cup then. In footballing analogies, is this your FA Cup final? Is this your big moment?
Well, I suppose Champions League, isn't it? At least.
That's true.
Oh, Club
Bit
World
of a
Cup.
traditional answer.
Yeah.
For the FA Cup then.
It's Champions League.
Times have moved on now.
Yeah, in the 70s maybe. Yeah, I suppose so. You know, I'm not sitting here and putting that expectation on it, putting anything on it that shouldn't be there. But I am. You know, once we finish this series and hopefully get a good result here, you know, it is something to really, really look forward to. Yeah.
I know you're City fans, the Champions League is more your vibe anyway, but going back to, you said the wickets in Mumbai and Kolkata are different here, but psychologically, how big does it help going to a place where you've had great memories winning the IPL and just that little, you go into India with that little extra spring in your step because you've had good memories there in the past? Yeah,
I think, you know, a few of our guys have those good memories as well. It definitely adds a bit. You know, it's like, you know, football are going to, you know, a ground that they've done well at, or also going to a ground the last time they played there they got injured. You know, it just creates a mood that you can't quite, you know, put into words. So yeah, hopefully we get over there and we have that feeling. You know, we've just come off an ODI series win. Hopefully we go there with a T20 series win under our belts. Hopefully, you know, we just create that mood and just keep it rolling, one after the other, I suppose.
And how do you feel this T20 side's building over the last couple of weeks? Because there's been a lot of talk about the ODI side and obviously a great result here. But in T20 cricket, you've won 7 of your last 8. You hit 300 in a T20, for goodness sake, 6 months ago. So where do you feel this T20 side is at?
I think we're in a good spot. Did you say 7 out of the last 8?
8 completed games. You had that washout against South Africa. But
yeah, we did. Yeah,
that was a 5 over.
Yeah, I think we're doing well. I think we're tracking well. You know, that doesn't really count for anything tomorrow night. But I think we're in a good spot, and I think it's just about taking care of the basics. It's so boring, I say it so many times, but you've got to take care of the basics, everyone as an individual, and then feed that into how the team's going to play, how we want to play, how we want to put a stamp on the game. And if we do that, we'll be in a good spot. Just
finally, away from this series, away from the World Cup, you've been named captain of Welsh Fire for the 2026 100, obviously born and grew up in Wales. How much does that mean to you, as in someone who's born in Wales, to be captain in the Welsh franchise? Yeah, it's obviously, you know, it's massively important to me, you know, and my family. And then to go back and to do the filming the other day at St Asaph Cricket Club, where, you know, I first picked up a cricket bat and played before I moved away. It was a really proud full circle moment for me. You know, it's a complete reset now on the 100 as well. Only, you know, 4 players at each side pre-auction, so it's an opportunity to have that hard reset and, you know, to take stock and then to come up with a plan and drive it in the direction we've got. You know, each team will be looking to do exactly that, and it's exciting. It feels like, you know, I feel like this year of the 100 coming is probably going to be the most exciting year. It's definitely going to be the most exciting year from a player's point of view, so I really look forward to that.
Phil Salt speaking with TalkSport's Scott Taylor. Really good interview that. Steve Harmison was listening in as well. He's in Palakelly. Harmy, I mean, he really is a thinking man's cricketer. Get the basics right and the rest will follow. That sounds like something that maybe England could have done in a tournament recently, but we don't need to go into that. How are you, mate? You
Yeah,
well? You've made it. You've made it
very
from
well.
Colombo to Kandy. How was the journey?
Yeah, we made it from Colombo to Kandy. It was it was an interesting journey, about 5.5 hours, and then obviously from the hotel to here, we made the journey, which was, I mean, you're sitting in the hotel looking at the hills and going, yeah, I'm struggling to see the top of them. So we knew the rain was coming, and then when we were on the journey, I mean, yeah, Rex Clementine, who is a great friend of ours on the with me and Manners on following on the old cricket collective. He looked after us and brought us up where he travelled with Chelsea Tour. So if you were in Sri Lanka, I'll give him a little bit of a plug because he comes on free of charge for us in the
Absolutely.
with me and Manners talking about Sri Lankan cricket. And
I mean, you
all
lost
things
me at Chelsea.
cricket
I'll be
over
honest with you, Homie.
Yeah, well, it's Chelsea Tours, so it's not exactly a walk down King's Road. It's a proper touring company who look after people in Sri Lanka and give you a great time. I tell you what, there's a lot of tourists out here who are not here for the cricket. You know, we've spent a lot of time in Colombo. Kandy's a bit different. We've gone from a city to a bit more of a town, a bit more rural area. So I felt a little bit more at home, and even more so at home when I got in the car and we just kept going up and up and up. You know, you go up the hill to Pallekele International Stadium. I mean, I was whistling The Sound of Music. I had Julie Andrews in my ears at one point, but as we were getting higher, we were getting closer and closer, unfortunately, to the rain. And now, we've got the same sight what we had when we arrived, and obviously the full covers are on, and it's not looking good after what we thought was going to be, a start on time because the covers came off. The pitch looked. I'm just talking to Nick Compton, who's doing the TV with us, and he did the pitch report. He said the pitch feels a little bit tacky, so we're expecting the seam to play a little bit of a part. But unfortunately, the full tarpaulin has gone back on, and worryingly a little bit more, the ground staff have disappeared.
There still seems to be 1,000 or so spectators still there on the banks on either side square of the wicket. The umbrellas are up. I imagine the majority of them are travelling Barmy Army, Gulliver's International Cricket Tours.
No, there's a lot of locals here, John.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
Okay. That suddenly
There's
makes me feel a bit more optimistic.
Yeah, there's a lot of local here. The Barmy Army touring groups are in the stand. They're huddled under. We've got the Pallekele International Cricket Stadium. There is a big stand at one end which has got about 30 or 40 executive boxes on top of each other, and then you've got the sort of terrace, and it's a little bit like Centurion, a smaller version of Centurion behind one of the sort of wicket ends. You've got the big bank of seats, then you've got the hospitality bits, and then you've got the grass banks on either side. And where on the other side of the ground there's a big tall tower for the TV commentators, radio commentators, written press are above us, and I'm not sure there's any hospitality over here, and grass banks either side. So on the other side, the grass banks, there's a lot of local, probably more local here at this moment in time than there was at any point in Colombo. And then the touring groups are in the should we say the posher seats, but they're huddling for cover at this moment in time. So while this rain continues, I would say there's we're about 25% full, 30% full, and we're expecting a big crowd. The local said here that Roshan said we were expecting nearly full capacity. So hopefully, if it stops raining, we'll see a few more people come up.
I was speaking with Alex Tudor a few moments ago, and I was just saying that the balance of this T20 side just seems a little bit more well-rounded than the balance in the ODI side in terms of three pace man attack, not an overabundance of spin because you can only bowl one bowler at a time, and there's a lot of power at the top of the order. That opening partnership makes sense to me. Your thoughts as you look down the 11? I mean, it's very similar to the ODI side, just three changes, one of them enforced because Duckett's out, but actually Duckett being taken out of that 11 kind of makes, on paper at least, a little bit more sense. As you run your eye over the 11 that was announced yesterday, what are your overriding thoughts?
Well, the balance looks better because Archer's back. that's a given, and he's so influential to this team. I think in how England are going to, I think, fare in the World Cup. Having that, I was crying out for that bowler at the top in the 50 overs. That the balance wasn't right because we didn't have that 3 overs, especially in this part of the world, 50 over cricket. Probably 3, possibly 4 overs with a new ball. A couple in the middle if you need them, but 2 definitely at the end, where we seen Overton fall short in one game in the game where, I think the first game where they got 272. We didn't have that death bowler from one end, and I think Archer's massive in that situation. So coming into the T20 competition, which you need, the power play is so important. I think the average score on a power play here is 58. It's a high scoring ground. I think you do need somebody, that bowls seam up in the power play and that has a bit of fear factor. I'm not sure Jamie Overton or Sam Curran has the same fear factor. So it's a bonus having Archer back in. The batting for me, I would have Ben Duckett in the team when he's fit. I would have him at number 3. I would have Harry Brook at 4 and Jacob Bethel at 5, with Curran 6, Jack 7. I don't know why. I don't know why Jack's at 7. I'd rather have him opening the batting in a 50 over competition. I like him to be higher, and the possibility in this game was to bat him at number 3 and have everybody move down 1. But I'd like Brook to go to. I think Brook should take some responsibility as captain. He should go to number 4, and I think that for me would be a lot better than Bethel at 3 and Banton at 4. So from the 2 at the top of give nightmares to every bowler around the world in this format of the game. But I think I would have Duckett at 3. I would have Brook at 4, Bethel at 5, Curran 6, Jack 7 as an Overton 8, and I think that's got a little bit of everything in it, left and right hand combinations, a bit of power, a nice touch, and then towards the end, the likes of Overton and Overton, Jackson, even Archer himself, Dawson, they can clear the rope. So England bat all the way down, and it's a pretty well balanced side, more balanced, like you said, than the 50 over one.
Now, Harmy, for viewers to the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, they'll be treated by the attire that you're wearing today. I think many of us would have been to Thailand and worn the fisherman trousers and thought, oh yeah, I'll just bring these back home with me. I'll definitely wear them when I get home. And then, of course, they never make it out of the suitcase. Well, they do, but only into the wardrobe. And then you find them again in 15 years' time. And you think to yourself, why did I ever think I was going to wear this when I got home? And the Paisley outfit that you've got on today, it looks beautiful. You look almost regal. Now, the big question for you, Harmy, is in match days 1 and 2, the ODIs, you wore similar looking get-up, and then fast forward to match day 3, the 3rd ODI, you're wearing your civvies again. So what happened between the 2nd and 3rd ODIs? Was it dress down Friday like the kids do at school?
Yeah, dress down Friday. No, I'm the only one that's wearing this today. I've misread the communication a little bit. I'm only doing it. I'm only 50%. So I mean, the full attire with a sarong on the bottom half and this fetching outfit at the top. And now I've worn this for the first game. I'm going to wear the red one. When I wear the red top, I've got a pair of black jeans on. I'm going to wear the red one for the second game, and then I'll probably come in my jogging pants and shorts for the last one to sort of non-school uniform day. But no, it's lovely and comfortable. It's a nice fetching colour. I think David Gower got a better colour than me. That dark green and gold one, I thought that was really, really nice. But no, when you're in the in the new country, sample the food, drink the beer, wear the clothes, and I haven't quite drank the beer. I've still managed to keep myself sober since August, so that's been a big challenge. But the attire, I mean, it's a lovely, really, really lovely colour, and it's a nice fit as well. So, which is a very, very, I mean, that's a big surprise to get a shirt that fits me absolutely perfectly well, because I'm expanding in areas where I shouldn't be expanding, unfortunately.
Got a little bit of breaking news for you here, Harmy. Now, our good friend Darren Gough was part of the commentary team for the 1st and 3rd ODIs, and then, of course, had to hot foot it. He showed us his flight details. He was very excited. He was going to be heading out to Malaysia for the Pro 10 Malaysian cricket tournament. Unfortunately, whilst Goffey arrived, I believe, a couple of days ago, the tournament has been postponed to a later date.
No, it's gone, has it?
So
it's gone. Has Goffey found a park bench to sleep on yet? I see he managed to find the golf course.
I think he might sleep on
hopefully
that.
the clubhouse has got some nice comfy seats for him.
Maybe I'll sleep in that. It used to be called the Petronas Tower. You know that it's got 2 towers and it's linked by a walkway. So one of the biggest buildings in the world. So maybe you'll go and have a kip up there. But yeah, new dates announced in due time. Essentially, post the ICC T20 World Cup in India due to logistical issues, the tournament has been postponed. So no doubt we'll be getting a message from Goffey. Maybe he'll be back in time for the 3rd T20. Can you give us tell you what, give Rex Clementine's travel company a shout out, and also just give us an update in terms of the weather and the conditions out there at Pallekele.
Well, the update's an easy one. It's still raining.
Thanks for that.
And there's nobody anywhere near. I mean, the whole ground is covered. Not one blade of grass that is going to be involved in tonight's affair is exposed. The whole lot is covered in a blue tarpaulin, with the square in a dark green tarpaulin as well. So a little bit extra on the middle bit. So that's the easy one. And again, Rex came on to the Cricket Collective with me and Manners 2 weeks ago, Scott.
Yeah,
2 weeks ago.
We should say he's a journalist in his own right, isn't he? And he's been following Sri Lankan cricket for 20 years. I mean, he's one of the go-to men, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been on multiple times. He comes on whenever we want a story or there's a story come, and any sort of political views have happened like they always do in this part of the world. Rex seems to be our go-to guy in Sri Lanka, and coming to Kandy, this is where he's from, and he's helped us out no end with a few lifts here and there, because the taxis they're not as frequent as what they are in Colombo. So he runs a travel company as well as being a very, very good cricketing journalist. That's called Chelsea Tours. And if you are over or heading to Sri Lanka and you're coming over here for a holder, give Rex a shout on Chelsea Tours, because he organises not only, I think, adult cricket tours. I think he organises school kids cricket tours, and I think he organises other tours for other sports. So he's a well-connected man in Sri Lanka, and we are grateful that he helped us out getting to the ground. But it also helps us out whenever there's a story breaking in Sri Lanka. Me and Manners need somebody to talk to. Scott rings him up and he comes on every time. So he's been a good friend to us.
Brilliant stuff, and well said. Okay, Harmy, sit back, get your feet up on the table, and we'll be back to you as and when something exciting happens, or if it doesn't. And we just need to chat cricket, because if there's one thing that Harmy can do, it is chat cricket, and he does so regularly on Talk Sport, following on Cricket Show, Cricket Collective, which he hosts with Neil Manthorpe, which has been going on now for the best part of 5 years. They've never missed a show in 5 years. And when you add together all the countries that they've broadcasted from, it's taken some doing. There's some perseverance there. Head over to TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel if you're not already on it now, where you'll find that show as well as plenty of other cricket content. In fact, let's play some of that now, because of course coming up next weekend it's the start of the T20 World Cup. I better book Sam Ellard in for a couple of reporting shifts, thinking about it. I can do that during the rain break, because it is a rain delay for the first T20. We haven't had the teams nor the toss officially announced. The covers are on the outfield, but there are still a good 1,000 or so, maybe more, fans in the ground in Kandy, so they're not going anywhere. They're hopeful of some cricket, and so am I. So we'll bring you that if, as and when, here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, just sit back and enjoy as myself, Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison assess the runners and riders for the upcoming T20 World Cup. Who's going to win the T20 World Cup? What's that? T20 World Cup? When's that happening? In 2 weeks' time?
India.
But if not India, I mean,
you can't look at who's going to be the knockouts, the semi-finals. I mean, I think one of your questions was...
Okay, the question could be, who will India beat in the final of the T20 World Cup?
I think the 4 semi-finalists will be India, I hope England. I hope England, for Brendan McCullum and his
For
management,
all of our sakes.
for all of our sakes.
It's a long way away, that tournament. Are we sure he's still there?
For all of our
For
sakes,
your relationship with
but at the end of the
certain
day,
members of the management group.
at the end of the day, I hope for England's sake it's England, India, Australia, and South Africa. But for me, it's India's to lose. I'm looking forward to the Super Sixes. I'm not looking forward to the tournament. I don't want to get to the tournament halfway through and go, we've got these many games left, which I think we probably will get, with no disrespect to the emerging nations that are in there. Everybody might think it's great having all these colourful teams and everything that goes with it, but
I think it's great, but I also don't understand why we have 3 games staggered throughout the day, and we can't just have 3 games with that overlap a little bit, so you can decide on what is the most exciting game to watch.
Money?
But how does that help? Because at the moment...
Well, then you just have to watch it all.
Yeah, and I don't think you watch... That's the thing, of like, great, the World Cup's starting today. There's 3 games on, and I've now got 11 hours of I've got to watch Italy versus, whoever they're playing. And
people are complaining about Test cricket lasting 7.5 hours, and you've now put an 11.5 hour deal.
It's like a really crap version of Finals Day, this World Cup, where I'm just like, I don't think you need to do that.
But it lasts a month.
I think there's a way of doing it. I just think they keep getting it wrong. And I think the cricket is terrified of having 2 games played at the same time and having audiences decide. Mm-hmm. That's what I want, right? Because if that Italy game gets exciting, I was going to say Joe Burns, but Joe Burns, maybe not. If one of the other Big Bash guys in the Italy side suddenly goes nuts, I'm going to turn over to that game, right? Like when I'm watching it, because if everyone's talking about it. But I don't necessarily want to have to watch all 3 hours of it to wait for the one moment of Dwayne Leverrock taking the catch, right? Or whatever, that incredible moment of associate cricket. But if the game gets close, I'm definitely going to watch every Italy game in that situation. So I think that's done wrong. But that wasn't your question. Your question was, I like South Africa as a T20 side. I think they've got lots of different plans that they can go with. I think Australia is still such a muscular side. Like I think they're almost like the old West Indies side, where you just like so many guys can just hit sixes so often. India is obviously the best side, all things considered, but I think one or two form issues, like with Sky hasn't made runs of a while, and Boomer and injuries and all that sort of stuff can bring them back to the other sides a little bit. And I don't know about England.
I think England are one bowler short at this moment in time with Archer in the squad. I think they're 2 bowlers short if Archer's out of it. I think Archer's so important for England's chances to get to the knockout stages. I really do. And if Archer's not there,
backup spinner,
I don't see the backup spinner or the backup go-to gun seamer that can, like a Bumrah, like a Rabada. Australia have got Cummins. They've got a bowler who, and people will be saying, well, hold on, it's played in the subcontinent. I mean, them 4 overs with one of your seamers or 3 overs from one of your seamers makes a difference.
It'd be interesting to see if it's a tournament where you need 2 spinners, 2 frontline spinners. And if that's the case, I think that's probably where teams like Australia, maybe and England drop back a little bit. If it's a series where you only need 1 spinner and then a part-timer, I think that's very different. But if you need 2 frontline spinners, I think that's where South Africa and India and have a huge advantage over some of those other sides. Because South Africa have quite a few different spin options that they can go with at the moment. Whereas England's biggest problem hasn't usually been the frontline spinner, right? It's been the second spinner.
I think England's batting will do okay. I think England's batting's fine.
But I'm not sure if it's at the level of
Butler, Brook. What will it be? It'll be Bethel. There's one more in there, and then you've got Curran, Overton, Salt. So you'll have Salt. Salt at the top with.
It could be one of those tournaments that they could ride Salt. We've seen that in the IPL a couple of times, haven't we? Where he's on a run.
The batting doesn't worry me for England.
Even in spinning conditions,
I think they've got enough muscle to hit it out the park if they need to. Butler can play spin. I think Brook can play spin. Salt can have a go if he needs to at the top. I think the worrying for me is that 2 overs in the power play from a seaman's point of view, where Jofra would be very, very good, and the 18th, 19th over, 17th, 18th, 19th over, where you might need that injection of pace just to make a difference, where Rabada's very good at it, where Bumrah's good before he bowls the last one.
Yeah.
That, for me, is where I think, if no Jofra Archer, I think that's where we come up short.
What about the Sri Lankan side, Pakistani side, Bangladeshi side, in terms of the...
Well, Bangladesh, we don't know if they're playing, where they're playing.
Oh, this is the other thing.
That's the problem. That's a big problem, because England play Bangladesh in Kolkata, and then they play Italy the next 2 days later in Kolkata. So if it does get moved, England might find themselves a challenge if they haven't got that seamer right, or they haven't got their bowling right. They might not even get out the group stages. So that's because they've got Bangladesh. That's in. They have to have a bad day against the West Indies, hitting and big big hitters.
West Indies are putting together a bit of a better side of recent times as well. Look, Sri Lanka on paper looks really, really good, but it has for the last couple of World Cups, and I think they had the Asia Cup where they started incredible in the group stages and then just couldn't win a game, and then they beat India. We're all like, well, where's the form line here? Sri Lanka on paper has built a really good bowling attack, and they've got plenty of batters and some optionality that can change the stuff around. It just hasn't worked at a major tournament yet. Pakistan, I talked to some people involved in Pakistan a while I think it might have been the Asia Cup. It was the Asia Cup, and they were like, they just think, they had this feeling the World Cup might come too soon. They think they're onto something, and they don't think they're far away from it, but they don't think they're ready. So I don't know. I think if you were putting your attention on either side, Sri Lanka's probably the one that you should be paying more attention to. But if everyone gets fit from Pakistan, there's still some bowling there that can do some damage. And Shadab Khan's bowling well again, and you get a couple of those fast bowlers back fit, and you've got something. Bangladesh are starting to play T20 cricket like they understand it, which is a huge change to what they've done before. And I think Afghanistan had their best chance, and maybe they've just dipped down a little bit. I don't think teams are terrified of Rashid Khan anymore. So unless Noor Ali gets to the Rashid Khan level, they don't have that one banker that you can just lock down a part of the game with in the way that you used to.
What about players? Do you see this tournament as a tournament that's going to see the breakout of some new players, or are we in a position now where we kind of know everybody?
Because there's so many franchises. Yeah.
You mentioned there Noah. Is he a breakout player? I mean, we know about him, but does he need to get this tournament to be the next Rashid Khan?
Exactly.
He needs a tournament.
He might get to the point where I think most fans probably don't know how good he is. And this might be the tournament where everyone goes, oh, okay, this is on a completely different level than we've seen before. I don't know. Maybe Glenn Phillips is another guy that needs that one big tournament. I mean, I feel like we've been waiting for Glenn Phillips' breakout for 6 years. But he could, someone like him in these sorts of conditions, because he'll get his cheap, disgusting wickets, won't he? And if he gets on a run with the bat, you can't really stop Glenn Phillips. He just goes nuts. So maybe he's another one. Tim David's a much better player than he's been before. If Australia are smart, they can use him in a much better way. He's learned how to play spin, so you got some flexibility with him as well.
From England, you're looking at you're hoping that the salt at the top, a Jackson and a Bethel have a good World Cup, because you're expecting Brook to do well, you're expecting Butler to do well. They're your experienced players. Sam Curran likes the big stage, so you'd hope that the experienced players of them, you'd want the sort of the younger players, the ones that are not fringe players, but they need to come of age in the franchise world that they live in. The big tournament, like you're talking about Noah, if he comes of age, gets to the level of Rashid Khan, I think it's important that we desperately need Salt to get us off to a good start, and that Bethel and Jacks in the middle area, Mortar plus them overs they're going to have to bowl, could be vital for England's chances.
Can I add one more? Dawood Brevis.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the last year, he missed out in the last IPL option, not the one that's just happened, but the one before that, and we all went, what? And then since then, I think that was the wake-up call he needed, and he's gone to a completely different level at the moment, and he could have a huge tournament.
What about the pressure on Gambia and India?
It's huge. I don't know if you read Sid Monger's piece the other day, but there's a lot of different pressures on Gambia at the moment, and the thing that is keeping him firmly in that job is how well they've played in white ball cricket. Right, so they are having a World Cup at home. They are massive favourites. I haven't looked at the bookmakers, but last time I did, they were huge favourites for this tournament. even if Bumrah didn't play or Sky didn't make any runs, you would still expect them to win this tournament comfortably. If they don't win, then Gambia is probably done. I think the tide against him is so strong now, I just think that he would lose his job almost automatically.
That's pretty major.
Yeah.
I mean, it's India. India haven't really got... They go to New Zealand later this year. It's aboard the Gavaskar this time next year. Then, of course, it's the 50 over World Cup in South Africa. So he's going to be desperate to cling on through 2026, because essentially 2027 is when his and India's era is going to be defined with those two.
And the thing is, he's won the Champions Trophy and the Asia Cup, right? But if he loses the World Cup off the back of that, I don't know if that does enough. And, you know, they had a good end to their Test series against England, right? But it's just, then, you know, they're not maintaining that, you know, and they did struggle in that last series against South Africa quite a bit. South Africa's a good side. I think you can write some of that away. And India, there should be a natural time, you know, they've lost, what? Pujara, Rahane, Kohli, Rohit, Ashwin. I mean, I'm probably missing a couple there, right? You know,
Sharma? Did you say Sharma?
Ishant Sharma, or Rohit Sharma.
Both.
Yeah. And Mohammad Shami never bowls for them anymore. Like there are reasons why there is a natural pullback, but they are probably on paper the best T20 team I think we've ever seen assembled, domestic franchise international ever. If they don't win that World Cup and they lost the 2023 ODI World Cup,
he's gone.
Good luck. You know, he's not a particularly popular figure in Indian cricket culture at the moment.
Live ball-by-ball commentary of England's white ball tour of Sri Lanka.
It's a claim for a catch. He's got him.
Exclusively on TalkSport 2. Get bowled over with Following On, the fast-paced cricket podcast from TalkSport that'll hit you for 6. It's a pitch-perfect delivery of first-class cricket news.
And that's a beautiful straight drive.
Boasting an impressive strike rate of exclusive big-name guests.
Oh, you little ripper!
And fielding fierce fan reaction.
Oh, that might be out.
Don't get caught out. Subscribe now to the Following On podcast. Available on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
TalkSport 2. Traffic and travel.
Big problems to the northwest of Bristol. The M5 is closed both ways between Portishead at 19 and the M49 at 18. A police incident there, the northbound queue prior to Clevedon 20, southbound back to 17 at Cribbs. Northbound M6 from the M5 to Wednesbury, so 8 to 9 partially blocked in queuing. As it is northbound for the M11 up to 14, the Cloverleaf interchange, and clockwise M60, 2 lanes out in queues. Repairs around Princess Parkway at Junction 5.
TalkSport Podcast League. Outspoken. The best of White and Jordan.
White versus Jordan. Now with added time.
Simon and I have a difference of opinion on this, as we do on various things.
When the mics go live, the gloves come off.
That wasn't a proper fight. That was a tune-up. Oh, no. Come on.
Opinionated debate as combat sport.
And most of these teams have underachieved.
Outspoken.
Listen or download for free on the TalkSport app.
My goodness, who could argue?
On your phone, on your smart speaker,
or from your favourite podcast portal.
Fight Night Extra on TalkSport 2. Tuesday evening from 5.
Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who's had to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer. But this is a big step up in weight class. Really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra. Tuesday evening from 5.
On TalkSport 2, the home of boxing.
The Minnows take on the might of the top flight.
Shoots under the goalkeeper and in.
It's the road to the FA Cup on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
It's a goal!
Get all the goals at all the games.
Round the goalkeeper and taps it into the net.
High precision FA Cup football.
And that's it! This is why we love the FA Cup!
Witness the magic of the FA Cup.
What a finish we're in for here!
On TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
The PGA Farmers Insurance Open, live on TalkSport 2, tonight from 10. As the world's golfing elite go head-to-head at Torrey Pines South, hear full swing-by-pitch-by-putt commentary of all the action direct from San Diego, California. The PGA Farmers Insurance Open, tonight from 10, live on TalkSport 2.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker.
Live ball-by-ball commentary of England's white ball tour of Sri Lanka.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
Exclusively on TalkSport
2. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first T20 of 3 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel between Sri Lanka and England. I'm John Norman alongside Alex Tudor, but sadly the covers are on the outfield and the main square, uncovered on the grassy banks though, where actually the crowd seems to have got bigger than it was about 20 minutes ago. So hopefully they know something that we don't. Floodlights on. It looks a beautiful sight, but unfortunately no play as of yet. We haven't had the toss. We heard the England team yesterday, so we'll find out confirmation on that shortly, we hope. Alex Stewart, as I say, is alongside me. We're going to be talking about England's bowling lineup. Of course, a number of bowlers were used over the course of the Ashes. A couple of them got injured and had to come home early. Some succeeded, some struggled. Some took wickets, some were economically secure, some leaked a few runs. There's a lot to talk about there, and so we will be, myself and Shoes, very shortly. But first off, let's hear what Steve Harmison and Jarrod Kimber had to say. This is available on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. The question coming up very shortly here on TalkSport 2.
Who makes up England's first choice bowling attack? Harmy?
Do you want to start over? Do you want to start
He's
with?
retired.
Yeah, David look at a younger shirt, big enough to fit me. I think when I break this down, when I break this down and look at this, is I think England's been one of England's big problems over the course of the last 3 years when they've been heading for the Ashes, 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, spin bowler this and whatever the makeup of the side. I think they've gone for individual bowlers and not gone for a unit. The hardest part for me when you're playing against a good side is to come up against a bowling unit, and that is variation. So England wanted 5, 6 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, tall release point, and they got them, and they went there. Now, over the course of the last sort of 10 years, 15 years, you look at the bowling attacks England have had. They tried to move Broad Anderson on in the sort of late 2018, 2019, didn't they, that West Indies trip that we had? And then had to go back to them because, one, they were durable, two, they were still our best bowlers. But even that wasn't a balanced attack. But what that did, it gave control. Yeah. So Ben Stokes came in, Brendan McCullum came in and said, right, we're going to score at this rate because we need a little bit more time to bowl the opposition out because, Broad Anderson aren't as potent as what they were when it comes to the wicket taking, but we'll have total control, 2.5 and over, and we'll grind teams down with Jack Leach. That was a bit of a formula, but it wasn't a well-balanced attack because Ben Stokes wasn't bowling either. Now, if Ben Stokes is bowling, that's a different story, the way he's been bowling now. So I think England have got to get back to finding 4 bowlers plus Ben on how they can take 20 wickets on the given surfaces that they're going to play on, rather than go, right, Tongue's in my best 11, Archer's in my best 11, Wood's in my best 11, Carter's in my best 11. They don't bowl together. Because there's no, oh God, that pictures up and swings it. Harmison that can bounce it. Simon that.
Is there?
So when it comes to it, they need an opening bowler that they can give them some control.
Who's that?
That should have been Atkinson. But I looked at Gus and thought his body language wasn't the greatest. He looked underprepared as well as more than anybody else on that trip. And it shows you there's 2 things with bowlers. If they get injured, they're either underprepared and they're striving too hard in a test match, and all of a sudden the body breaks down because they haven't got enough volume inside them, or they're over-prepared, their bodies are tired, and they've got too much bowling in them, and you get in the red zone and you run the risk about getting them injured. Now, I don't think any of the England bowlers got into that part. I thought they were all in the early part. So England need to find out who is going to give.
If it's not Atkinson, so Jofra's with the new ball.
Jofra's with the new ball.
Who's his partner if it's not Atkinson?
Well, it should be Atkinson.
Okay, I don't think Atkinson. I think Atkinson is a first change bowler, but you can't use him because everyone in this team is a friggin' first change bowler.
So then you've got 3 first change bowlers.
So let's. I'll pretend that you're not going to pick him because he's first change, and you can say because he's injured. Is there a backup Atkinson? Is my question.
I don't think there is. I don't think there is. That's the problem.
So I think Atkinson. The biggest issue with Atkinson, and I took so much flack on this with you today until the series, was that he doesn't actually move the ball.
You have been consistent on that.
Right. Yeah. So he might come back to England and the ball might dart around quite violently and look okay, but the minute they get to another pitch where it's a bit flat again, I think Atkinson's going to bowl dead straight again. And I like him when he's fully fit and he bowls dead straight because he's about 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But the minute he's got even a niggle, he drops about 4 or 5 kilometres.
Then he can't be first change.
And he doesn't seam the ball either, right? So I just don't know how he fits into this side. You're picking him for the games when anyone could take wickets, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's the issue with him. There's still a lot to work with. You wouldn't throw him away or anything else. But if they're going to make him work, I think they have to make him into a new ball bowler now. Because I'm not sure. I'm with Harmy. I'm not sure who the next option is.
Tongue, you might get away with Tongue in England, where it doesn't bounce as much. You might get away with Tongue in England. That might be the best of a bad option. I like Tongue and Cars. I'm with you. I'm not convinced Atkinson is a new ball bowler.
Yes,
but they're the 3. Because at the end of the day, they're probably the 3 best that we've got. They're the 3 best we've got, because you still want to be picking your best bowlers.
Yeah.
But you want to make sure that. I struggle to find a way of getting Carson Tongue in the same team.
I'm not having Carson Tongue in the same team.
What about if Tongue opens?
Yeah. If Tongue opens, then.
So I think you just say we don't know what's going to happen. Key, Stokes, everything could fall apart, right? Let's just assume there isn't that many changes, but you have to be honest and say we have to start again from where we are now. I think you say, let's start again. If we can make Tongue into an opening bowler here, because he can bowl with the old ball, he suddenly becomes a bit like Mitchell Starc, right? Where you're just like, oh, wait, we've got multiple times to use him through, right? A bit like he used to be. We've got multiple times we can use him. If he doesn't use the new ball, you've got the same problem that we're already talking about, which is you want Carson inside because he can bat a little bit. You've got Stokes, who also doesn't want the new ball. So you've just got this glut of guys in the middle. Yeah. But if Jofra can stay fit and Tongue can work out the new ball, then I think you can play Cars. But you cannot play them if they're both first and second. And
I'm not sure you can build a bowling attack saying, and this is a big issue, saying Jofra.
That's the other issue, isn't it?
Jofra, because
Jofra's not playing 6 tests, right?
So that's what I'm saying.
Who opens the bowling?
That's the problem.
In the test that Jofra Archer doesn't bowl.
How in a country where you only ever produce new ball bowlers have you ended up with no new ball bowlers?
No. So who's coming through?
Well, if you look at the Lions trip, you've got Fisher's a new ball bowler.
Fisher.
A new ball bowler. But again, if you're talking about Jofra not being able to bowl and get through 6 test matches, Fisher's, I don't know how many first class matches Matt Fisher's played, but he's had a career so far about 11, 12. Yeah, he's been injured for quite a lot. But so has Tongue. Tongue's been injured for quite a lot, and he's put a run of games together.
Cast as well.
So you just don't know. Fisher's probably the next cab off the rank. I think
there is one that we
I don't know where.
Well, it's Sam
Cook.
Sam Cook.
I don't think England.
He is a new ball bowler with consistency.
Yeah,
and
I think he had just a terrible first test.
Yeah. He was unfortunate.
He didn't bowl well. I don't think.
And there's Matt Potts as well.
Yeah. We can get to Potts in a minute, but let's start with Cook. I think he was too badly treated after the first test. We had seen enough evidence to know he could bowl better than that.
Yeah.
Right? It's a bit like Brendan Doggett in Australia. Brendan Doggett didn't bowl anything near what he usually does, right? I don't think Australia should get rid of Doggett because of what happened there. I think they should be like, okay, it didn't work, and we've got Neeson now, but we know that Doggett can come back. We'll give him another shot. And I think Cook has to get another shot, right? Potts, for me, I didn't realise until I started doing the research how bad his last year of county cricket was. It wasn't terrible, but it was an ordinary year for someone who'd had so many in a row. He just looked like someone who had no confidence at all.
And also, I wonder with Potts, and I don't know this, but this is a guy that was only in Australia because of injuries and retirements.
Yeah.
So he probably spent most of 2025 thinking, I haven't got a chance with England. And we know from other players when they go back to the county cricket after being kicked out of England, there is a massive mental recalibration which can go for or against you. Maybe that also played a part because he has got numbers behind him.
Yeah, Potsy's I think he's quite an intense sort of character. I'm not going to say he's been messed around with England because you don't get.
I think he was messed around. I think he was bowling well, and then they sort of pushed him to the side, and he lost the mojo.
You don't get messed around internationally. You're putting. It's a bit like Jacob Bethel. People say last year Jacob Bethel got messed around. Well, it didn't. With concussion substitutes and squads and one-day stuff and everything like that. He was unfortunate. He just had to be there. He didn't play, but he had to be there.
Sometimes that happens.
And I think Potsy fell foul of the same. I think when you look at his numbers last year, he didn't have the greatest year for Durham when it comes to. I think he averaged 40 in 11 games. And I think because of his intensity and his mindset, I think he has gone into that game not in the wrong frame of mind, but I think trying too hard, trying to overperform.
He's the least accurate I've ever seen him bowl by such a distance.
Exactly, and I think that a little passage away from that and a continuous run for Durham might just do him the world of good. Just leave him at Durham this year and let him play and go and play. And that's what I would do with Potsy, to then bring him back to more towards the back end of the year and potentially go on to somewhere like South Africa, rather than if you keep putting him in squads, you're not giving him false hope, but you're also not giving him the chance to rebuild what he did 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 4 years ago. I just think there are sometimes characters and players that not having them around for 6-8 months might do them the world of good to find what they need to find to bring themselves back. And I think Matthew might be one of them. And if he's not going to bowl with a new ball, he's not a Cast, he's not a Tongue, he's not that new ball bowler. My thing, come back to Archer. England need to build an all singing, all dancing bowling attack that can have a lot of variation, whether it comes from a spin bowler to the all rounder to the three seamers. It can't just be three blokes that hit 90 mile an hour and hit the deck, because it just didn't work.
I like the idea of. I think Potts has to come back sooner if they can get any confidence back into him, because he has the ability to bowl 85, 87. He's kind of similar to Boland, right, at pace. He's not quite as accurate as Boland, but he's similar in a couple of ways. Comes a little bit wider on the wicket, has that angle in, seams it in both directions, all those sorts of things. I think if you have him, Jofra, and you give Tongue some chances with the new ball to show that, I thought he could, when he bowled with the newish ball a few times, I thought he controlled it pretty well for someone who doesn't bowl with it very much. It's not his thing, so he does need time. But if you can combine that would, for me, would be the best option, right? And then obviously Atkinson is the wild card in that of how they look at it. But it's still a very similar bowling attack to what we just saw them lose a series with. But I think what we're assuming in this is that obviously Potts won't bowl in the same way. Tongue should get a little bit better. And that Atkinson, maybe you only pick Atkinson when he's 100% fit, and you don't pick him when he's 97% fit. And there's guys, you would know this, like Unwritten O'Key is a perfect example of this. Unwritten O'Key, when he's 100% fit, is probably close to the best bowler in the world. Unwritten O'Key, when he's 97% fit, gets hammered. Yeah. There's no in-between for Unwritten O'Key. And both of those guys bowl very dead straight. And Unwritten O'Key is doing it 1.5 yards quicker than Atkinson, right? I think those guys, for whatever it needs, they need to be a little bit fitter. And there are some guys, like Courtney Walsh, who could be half injured their entire career, or Sean Pollock, and it doesn't matter. And they can get away with it, and some can't. And I think with Atkinson, you just wait. And when he's 100% fit, maybe that's when you use
Coming into the series, the first test match, England's bowlers have got to have overs under their belt.
Yeah.
And that was key from Australia's point of view. So if you look at where the cricket's at, you've got Potts will play all summer.
Well, you've got the county championship in April and May, and the first test is against New Zealand in June.
Yeah.
So they will have.
Atkinson will have. Atkinson will have them. Yeah.
I want to throw in another name.
Go.
Ollie Robinson. Now we know that.
Wasn't he playing club cricket?
No, wicketkeeper. Now we know that under the current regime, the chances of him playing are slim. But if we just move all the politics to one side, and going back to what you two have just been saying for the last 10 minutes, just based purely on talent, Should Ollie Robinson be in that side, as within that squad, that bowling lineup?
Talent's not the problem.
No, I know, but that's the question. Just in terms of everything you've said.
If it's just talent, then obviously he would be taking the new ball on this side. There's clearly issues with conditioning and with the way he fits into the squad and everything else. They also, don't forget, played him at Lords when they made him bowl bouncers at 72 miles per hour at one stage.
It's a rite of passage for any England bowler.
Because that was his plan, and that was their plan. I think if you have Tongue and Stokes, and even Cass in that lineup, Ollie Robinson can bowl for the first 30 overs, and then you just go, we'll see you again at the 80 over mark, right? That's not a conventional way of doing it, but they're not a conventional team, so they can think about it that way. I just think that they have issues with him, with his effort, with his...
Absolutely.
And everything else. That I'm not sure this
in terms of skill...
He's the best, he's the most skillful new ball bowler in England, I think, still.
Don't play. Unfortunately, don't play.
No, I'm talking about talent. I'm not talking about all the other stuff.
He's not out the team because of talent.
I know, that's why I'm asking you.
That's the thing. He's not out of the team.
It's a specific question.
Even if
all the other stuff out the way, is he in England's top 3 or 4 fast bowlers?
Yeah, he probably is. He probably is. But
do you see what I mean, though? You could use him better.
You could use him better. I mean,
he shouldn't be bowling between overs 40 and...
Yeah, I mean, we had Hoggard, you bowled as much as you possibly could with a brand new ball, and then Huggy, unless you were going to bowl 2 foot outside off stump, you sent Huggy down at fine leg for the next 40 overs.
And you had the all-rounder to be able to do that.
And we had
they had the all-rounder to be able to do that. So
but it's not about skill, unfortunately. And Ollie needs... I think there's a trust level with Stokes and the management group, and I think we have to get that. So, but from a skill point of view, I don't think there was ever an issue in that. Look at the other bowlers that England went away. I've not seen much of Laws. Laws was somebody
I like Laws a lot.
Gilchrist's numbers looked very good when they were away. Is he fashionable? We don't know. I don't know a great deal about him. Mitch Stanley bowled a little bit, but I think he's a longer term work in progress. The one that I'd love to get in the team, love to try and find if he can get some like a level of consistency, but he's only 21 and he's not ready to come in yet and he gives you the left arm option, and that's Josh Hull. So these are the ones that I think England like and are trying to develop, but they've got to find a formula for me, which is a balanced 5-man attack. And two things we haven't spoke about. And one is the spinner.
That's the next question.
But the biggest one for me, they've got to get right. And it sounds as though, it's not the most fashionable thing. You need to get a bowling coach. Because even at Test match level, you need a bowling coach. You need a bowling coach that's got something about him, that knows the game, knows his bowlers, understands the plans that you're trying to execute. Because I know Keezy said Tim Southey's a good bowling coach, and we'd rather have him for 10 months. We'd rather have somebody that was good for 10 months rather than somebody just for the sake of it for 12 months. But the actual 2 months he missed was the Ashes. And when you're coming off at lunchtime, you're coming off at tea time, the biggest thing that's evolving all the time is the plans, because somebody's either getting in and you need to try and change how you're going to bowl to that person, or somebody's getting, or you need to keep on top of something, and it's always fluctuating throughout the day. So having that bowling coach that knows that bowler, that knows that bowler, that knows that bowler, and can go over and sit down and go, no, you might be having a bad time at the minute. You might be going at 6 and over, but what you're doing is working. He's getting it through there for 4. He's getting it through there for 4. So you might bowl 5 overs, 6 overs for 30. But if we plug that gap and you keep going there, you're not bowling bad areas, or you're bowling far too wide. It looks nice, you're going at 2 and over, but that's not good enough for this team. You need to bowl a bit straighter. You need to be a bit fuller. This is what a bowling coach can do to a bowling unit. And David Saker is a very, very good bowling coach. But 5 or 6 days or a week before, trying to get used to all of these bowlers, new people he didn't know, that is something that goes hand in hand with a balanced and a varied attack. And that's something I don't think England... it's a little thing where people might say, oh, well, that's not going to win you the Ashes. I'll tell you what, it's going to go a hell of a long way to making a difference when your 5 men go and sit in a corner at lunchtime and go, right, we are on top of this guy, or this guy's getting away from us. And he's sitting down on his computer throughout the whole of that 2 hours going, right, I've seen this, I've seen that, we need to move this, we need to do that. I'd love to know. I'd love to think it was happening in Australia.
It looked like a team that didn't have a fielding coach, that had a bowling coach that wasn't sure what the bowling unit was trying to do, and that had just got rid of a couple of key analysts who usually had it loud. That's what it looked like from the outside.
Funny that.
And that's exactly what they were.
Okay, who's the spinner?
Who's the spinner? Liam Dawson.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that. I mean, if you're going to go down the road of having fast bowlers and you're going to have an attacking bowling unit, formula bowling unit, you need a spinner that's going nowhere. Yeah. That's killing the game. Joshua Giles bowling over the wicket because he's tall and he was from there, and I'm looking at the big fella there, the king of Spain. And he bowled it at that leg stump and basically said, right, I'll come into the game when I need to come into the game, but I'm just going to give you guys a rest and I'm going to try and create pressure and absorb pressure.
It's also one of those things of...
Dawson can do that.
Yeah, Keezy has talked about, we don't look a lot at county cricket and everything, right? I've seen a bit of Dawson playing county cricket, but I've seen him playing franchise cricket. I remember him when he was, 18, 19, right, to now. When he was 18, 19, he was a part-timer bowler with a nice delivery. He's a really smart bowler now. And we've seen him in the test match. He has limitations. No one thinks he's going to be ripping teams out on the fifth day. But that's not what we're saying his job should be, right? He can field, he can bat, he can bowl defensively, and if it's spinning, he's going to be in the game. He's not afraid of left-handers. Like all these little things that you need to be. He's a competitor. I just don't really understand. Why do you think a part-timer who's an off-spinner is going to be better against Australia's left-handers than a full-timer who's a left-arm finger spinner who's used to making sure that left-handers can't smack him in T20 cricket? I just think that the thinking is wrong here, right? It's like, he's short. I'm like, well, at least he's going to hit the right length 5 balls in a row, right?
Unfortunately for Dawes, unfortunately for Liam, I think Liam is in the category of Sam Cook and one or two other county cricketers that England look at the first class game in England with such disdain and such disregard that picking Liam Dawson, I think, would go against everything that this management team and the way the ECB look at first class cricket. Because all of a sudden, if we're picking...
But he is a white ball player, though.
Yeah, no.
He's a franchise player.
And he plays for England.
Like, Sam Cook, I get you, right? Yeah. But that doesn't make any sense with Dawson, because at one stage, remember, they were trying to convince him to come on tours and go, you might not play, but you'll be in the squad. And he was like, no, I'm going to play in this T20 league. Like, he's actually one of them. Yeah. He thinks in that way. And I think
you're
right
with that bust-up. At Old Trafford.
Old Trafford, yeah, possibly.
When he didn't bowl the line Stokes wanted him to bowl.
Which is also part of it, right? It is part of it.
But it's also, if you're going to get picked, you work to a team plan. And that's what Stokes will say. You don't come in here and, we're not a team of individuals. England played like a team of individuals in Australia. But for the last 3.5 years, it's all been about the team. And I think what they now have to do is find a bowling unit that can bowl for a team, and a spin bowler in this environment with the skill sets of the seam fast bowlers that England have got. I think Dawson probably fits it the best. Not Bashir, because I feel sorry for Shoaib. I really do feel for him. I mean, I seen somebody give him 0 out of 10 in the thing. I was like, what are you? The lad didn't even play.
Yeah.
You've got to give him a chance.
He got negative out of 10.
I mean,
just
don't mark
him. And that should have been like, this is not that mark for the player. This is the selectors and
just don't mark him at all.
That's like giving me or you 0 out of 10. I mean, we played as much.
And all we're doing is we're ridiculing the lad even more because, again, I think something for a period of time, Shoaib Bashir, go and find Shoaib Bashir would be a better option. Find a county, stick with that county, play 14 first-class matches, play 14 first-class matches.
Go on all the A tours.
Go to us. If you're not going to go on the Lions tour, then go and play in Australia. Go and play first-class cricket in Australia. Go and play grade cricket in Australia or first-class cricket in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and get Shoaib Bashir to learn about Shoaib Bashir because what I see in that lad is his best ball is very good. Very, very good.
You don't pick spinners for when they're 21.
No.
You pick spinners for when they're 28, 29.
Absolutely.
30. So you don't want to ruin him.
So let him go and find him. And that's the thing for me. That's why I'm pleased he didn't play by the end, because you could see the way it was going south. I'm actually pleased they didn't play him in the last test match because, it would have been a hiding to nothing. And then all of a sudden, if he does play, he goes up like Jax did, and then he gets 0 out of 10. I just think Shoaib Bashir now needs to go and find Shoaib Bashir. And I think what hopefully I'll find is by the time he's 25, 26, he'll have had a couple of good years in first-class cricket. He might have had a few life experiences away from it. He'll learn about himself. And the best ball he can bowl now, hopefully he can do that when he's 26 and he'll become back a better bowler. And if he doesn't, well, it was fun while it lasted.
Finding Shoaib Bashir sounds like a brilliant TV show. Right. So your bowling attack for that first test against New Zealand, England is Ben Stokes, Shilf Archer.
Yep. Josh Tongue opening the bowling, Liam Dawson and Brighton Cass, or Gus Atkinson, whichever one you want.
Brighton Cass, same. Exactly same. Dawson at 8, Cass at 9, Archer 10, Tongue 11, Tongue with a new ball.
Yeah, I think it just give him the go. I was so anti him, but when everyone during these test series was like, Tongue's got to get the new ball. I was like, guys, he's just worked out what he's doing. But then I was watching more and more, and I was like, yeah, I think give him the new ball. Let's see what happens.
Only because I don't think we've got much other variation options. We haven't got a pitch up swing bowler really in the country. There's not many, and I'm sure somebody will come and argue with me and tell me that person from your county is the one that goes for it. But I think for England to be successful, they need to find a varied attack. And at the minute, they haven't got one.
Live ball-by-ball commentary of England's white ball tour of Sri Lanka.
It's a claim for a catch. He's got him.
Exclusively on TalkSport 2.
This is TalkSport 2. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the first of 3 T20s between Sri Lanka and England. I'm John Norman alongside Alex Tudor. And you're either following us on TalkSport 2 or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I've just realised we're on camera as well, so I better A, sit closer to Tudes, and B, sit up straight. You've just been listening to a conversation that took place between Steve Harmison, Jarrod Kimber and myself. Well, I was prompting really. And the question was, who should be England's first choice bowling attack for that first test against New Zealand in June? We're going to get Tude's thoughts on that very shortly. If you're just joining us, the good news from Palakelli is that the covers have come off. The umpires are out there looking very, very important in their in their pink tops. They're just having a little eye on the strip, the pitch, and just making sure none of that water that's come down in and around Kandy for much of the last 24 hours has seeped in underneath the blue tarpaulin which has covered the entire ground for the last half an hour or so. So while we wait for the umpires to have a chat, work out what's going on, and with the teams and the toss still, I imagine, even if there's no more rain, still a good 15-20 minutes away. The fans, by the way, have continued to stroll into the ground, so they're confident of cricket, and if they are, so am I. Let's get Chew's thoughts on what he's just heard, because I've just been sitting with Chew's listening to the output, and he's been nodding, shaking his head, making kind of grunts in appreciation at some of the points being made, scratching his head at other times, and he's helped himself to a few of the sugary snacks that we've got here. First things first, Chews. I mean, just your first thoughts about the conversation that you've just listened to.
Listen, it's a great one, and one I'm passionate about. Whenever you're talking about fast bowling or bowling in general, I take massive interest in that. Harmy makes great points, as he always does, and he knows best, and he's right. You know, I feel for too long we've all been worried about pace. And having conversations with people I trust and know in the game and away from the game, so let's talk about Gus Atkinson. You know, people that know him best at Surrey, he's not a 90-mile-an-hour bowler. He's not. He can bowl the odd ball at that pace, but he's not a consistent 90-mile-an-hour bowler. He's sort of mid-80 bowler, can bowl about 87 miles an hour, which is quick enough. But I just feel if you tell someone that you're a 90-mile-an-hour bowler, he's going to be striving for that, and I feel you miss something, because that's why the injuries happen. In this day and age where your fast bowler's going against a speed gun, and you've got commentators like us and stuff going, oh, his pace is down and stuff like. In the old days when the speed gun wasn't there, you just knew by either how the batsman's playing, how the keeper's taking the ball. But now it's all about the speed gun and stuff like that. And I just think, and I remember Mark Wall saying to me years ago, he said, it's not all about the pace. You've got to be able to do something with the ball. And Harmy makes a good point where, your Sam Cooks and stuff like, yes, when he played his game at Trent Bridge, it didn't quite go well for him. What, do we disregard him? He's a very good bowler in English conditions, but how are people going to learn if they're not given that opportunity? Matt Potts, think about that last test match or whatever he played. Yeah, he went around the park, but he's been carrying the drinks for a while and bowling in the nets. There's only so many nets bowling you can do. They obviously didn't play any games away from the games that the Ashes were playing. So where is he going to learn to bowl in Australia and all these things? So it's a bit of a pet peeve for me. Was really impressed with how Bryden Cast bowled. Yes, listen, he's not a maiden bowler, but if you get your balance of the attack right, as Harmy was saying, then you will see the best out of him. Obviously, if you've got bowlers leaking and then he's coming on, then he's leaking, that's not best how you're going to use someone like a Bryden Cast. He's a tall bowler, he can bowl at good pace, and he's a wicket taker. Like Josh Tong, he's not a maiden bowler, he is a wicket taker. So who is our captain? Ben Stokes. He is not a maiden bowler, he is a wicket taker because he bowls to take wickets. I would say within that setup, there's only really Archer that gives you that control. So you have to get your balance of your attack right. You have to, the conditions you play in, where you're playing. If you're playing in England, you don't need 90-mile-an-hour bowlers. You need bowlers that can bowl consistent line and length, move the ball from straight, which you're going to get bowling in England, and then you just do it that way. But obviously we were building up to the Ashes. We wanted all these 90-mile-an-hour bowlers, but unfortunately, some of them broke down. And I just think bowling at 90-mile-an-hour at a consistent basis is a recipe for disaster on your body. You just have to see me climbing these stairs at Talksport Towers and see how hard work it is. I know a lot of people say getting lifts. I don't do lifts, but it's hard work. And I take my hat off to your Brett Lees and stuff like that are able to constantly bowl at that pace, but they're few and far between. I mean, I take off my hat to Mitchell Starc. His pace was consistent through the 5 test matches. He bowled at good pace. Because he's left arm, he gives you that natural variation. You can swing the ball back into the right-hander away from the left-hander. It's a skill thing to do, and I think with England, and you mentioned a name that I perked up to, Ollie Robinson. I know a lot's gone on, but that boy can bowl. He's tall, comes from a slight angle, a bit like Boland, and he is a skillful bowler. Do we just disregard him? He's got a fantastic record in Test cricket, and sometimes having time away makes you think, does he still have that appetite to play at Test cricket? I think he does. I think you may have to have a little look again. I don't think he's disregarded. Just because he doesn't bowl 90 mile an hour? You don't need to bowl 90 mile an hour. There's times, it's a bit like batting. You can't be a one-trick pony. Can you adapt? We need bowlers that can adapt. And like Harmy said, and I agree with him totally, you need a balanced attack. And the reason why that 2005 Ashes worked, all the bowlers did something different. And the bowler that gets not spoken about a lot, and Harmy doesn't allow it, is Ashley Giles, because when he bowled, he was able to allow the bowlers to have a little bit of a rest, so when they came on, they can bowl at optimum, and you need that balance.
Wasn't Jack Leach kind of doing that job? Yeah,
agreed. I don't feel he was getting punished. He was able to give you that slight control, but then he got injured and then never really sort of got back into the side. I mean, the spin option is a weird one, and I agree with the guys, and I've been saying his name for ages, and Liam Dawson. I think Liam Dawson is a much better bowler from when he first started. He's a defensive bowler. Yes, he's not going to get loads of fifers, but he's going to give you that control. And the one thing this England attack doesn't have, if you take Archer out, is that control. They leak runs, and the opposition are able to score at a great rate. There wasn't many maidens bowled during that Ashes series, and to apply pressure, you have to bowl dot balls.
We were talking about Jamie Overton's decision to step away from the longer format. I mean, having been through your own career, which was hit by injury, he came out and said that it took him a week before he had got over that one test match. Can you understand that? You understand.
Listen, I understand bowling. I understand what it does to your body. I can imagine everything. I mean, the intensity of it now is at a massive height. I mean, we didn't have social media and everyone has an opinion and stuff like when he was playing. So I can imagine the scrutiny that he would have been under while he was playing. And as you said, when your body takes a battering like that, he needs to look after himself. I think he's not too long just got married, most probably thinking about starting a family and stuff. He has to think of life away from the game. So he most probably felt that the shorter format is best suited for him. And you have to respect his decision. A lot of people say, Test cricket and everything. And I'm an advocate for Test cricket. It's the greatest format and one that I hope stays for a long time. But, the franchise cricket gives these lads a good living, and you've got to make the money while you can because you're a long time retired.
Okay, brilliant stuff, Tudes. More of Tudes to come. Steve Harmison, Roshan Nabasingh, and myself as well, John Norman, here on TalkSport 2. We're just getting a little bit of news, and it seems like we are going to get a toss in about 13 minutes' time. And then the game, a 17 overs aside game, so we've lost 3 overs per innings, will get underway at 10 past 3 UK time. So before that, let's hear another cricket chat that took place a week or so ago. Steve Harmison, myself and Jarrod Kimber talking about Jacob Bethel.
Will Jacob Bethel play 100 tests for England?
No.
Why?
Cool.
It's cut.
I don't think he'll have a chance to play 100 tests.
10 tests a year next 10 years.
No.
Just checking my maths.
He's already played. Yeah. I think that for a player like him, who's all formats, it's going to be very hard for anyone to play 100 tests. And I think he's going to be off playing in leagues, and who knows what the future will be in 5 to 6 years of Test cricket. So this isn't specifically about Jacob Bethel. It's about the world in which Test cricket currently lives in.
What a great question it is.
I'm the same. I think the world of Test cricket will make Jacob Bethel not play 100 Test matches. If he has the mindset of, I want to be the best Test cricketer I possibly can.
Well, hang on.
Yes, you can.
6 tests at home summer, 4 tests away.
No, I'm not saying there are. But
there's no leagues that's going to take him away from that.
If you listen to Owen Morgan, then the Test match cricket's dead. So
we might talk about that later.
Yeah. I mean, you could have a situation where the American leagues start paying people $2, $3, $4 million a year, right? That's a logic that overlaps with the English Test summer to start with. You got IPL owners and you got Google and Microsoft executives involved in that league. There's so many changes, but also I think in all format situation, I think it's tough. On top of that, he still doesn't know how to make runs. He has all the natural athletic batting gifts that you need. He sees the ball early. He's got incredibly fast hands. Like if you were building a computer game batter, he would be like that. But there's still a bit of Zach Crawley in him, in that can he make runs consistently? The amount of times he goes out to bat, and I'm like, he doesn't know what he's doing here. He doesn't know how to work through the situation because he hasn't done the hours of making runs, right? And that's how Zach Crawley was picked, right? Although Zach Crawley might get to 100 Test matches.
Zach Crawley also plays county cricket, right? And Jacob Bethel will not be playing any county cricket.
So I think it's hard with all that because I think he'll have a couple of form dips. I think all format cricket will change a little bit. The 100 might be the biggest tournament in 6 years' time, right?
Well, he would have still played 10 tests, 70 tests by then.
Maybe. It's possible. I think there's too many question marks to be definitive to say yes. I think it's more likely no, and that's why we both automatically went no. But, as I said, if you're building a batter in a lab, I can see why players love him. Former players, they go absolutely gaga when they see him play, and I absolutely get it. The time, the footwork, the batting athleticism that he has is so obvious. I think I compared him to Sobers and De Villiers with the hand speed.
They're pretty good,
right? But Sobers and De Villiers, from a very young age, made a metric ton of runs.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we knew that it was coming with them. Even when Sobers took a while to make it in Test cricket, we knew it was coming. They'd made lots of runs. They built all these records. He hasn't done that. Right? And making runs and being good at batting are linked to each other, but they're not exactly the same thing. You know, you can be a Chris Rogers type guy who just knows how to nudge and get off strike and be good at Test cricket, right? And you can be James Vince and struggle at Test cricket, right? And if you were looking at James Vince and Chris Rogers batting the nets, 9 times out of 10, you would say that Vince is the guy more likely to be successful. But there is something about the ability of knowing how to make runs, and Bethel just hasn't learnt that skill yet. And he might learn it in 3 years' time, or he might never learn it.
Yeah, he's obviously got time on his side because he's still a young kid. I want to see him bat in England when the ball's doing a bit and moving. Yeah. That's going to be a challenge
that
for him.
innings at the Oval,
yeah,
when he didn't, again, there's a couple of times where he hasn't been able to bat himself out when the ball was doing something. He doesn't know what his plan is.
I think his angles as well. I think we've seen him, I was one of the test matches, Boland, was it the first innings, Boland round a wicket.
Yes.
And then he got him out first ball over the wicket, and Jacob hadn't sort of adjusted himself.
First innings of fifth test.
Yeah, and I think the other challenges that he'll have, and this is largely down to the fact that how good he is that he's going to move format to format to format. So he said, he did a good interview with Nasser, and he's level-headed, and like we said the other day, we can see why England decided that they were going to have him as captain in Ireland. There is a very, I think, older headpiece on that young shoulders there. But I think what he said to Nasser was, I try and play the same way all the time. Well, playing the same way all the time, I think in England is going to be a little bit different when you've got 4 people standing behind you, when the red ball's coming down, and now you are number 3 for England. He is number 3 for England for the next summer, possibly the next 2 summers. So I only say no, not because I don't think he's very good, or I don't think there's ridiculous potential. I just think the amount of options he's got on foodie level on his plate might stop him getting to 100 test matches or beyond where the likes of Joe Root and Ben Stokes and that have got from a number point of view. So I'm not saying no because I don't think he's good enough. I'm saying no because I think there's too much going for Jacob Bethel from an option point of view that might stand in his way.
What about the fact he is batting at 3? Does that help or hinder?
I think it hinders at the moment. I think traditionally a guy like him would bat at 6 or 7, right? And he's not the only one. Obviously, Vian Mulder is doing it. Cameron Green had to do it recently. West Indies have had all sorts of random number 3s. Washington Thunder.
That would be a quiz question. Name West Indies' last 10 number 3s. You'd struggle.
Exactly. Washington Thunder has done it a couple of times for India. So teams are throwing in non-traditional number 3s because they're trying to get extra bowling in, or because they know that
don't have a number 3.
No one's making runs.
Nobody wants to.
No one's making it in domestic cricket. Number 3s aren't making runs anywhere at the moment. I think that's really, really tough because you'll get Melbourne and Perth type wickets where you're just going to be. The number 3 is just there to make sure that Root has an extra 20 minutes in the hutch, right? Yeah. Like that's essentially. I mean, we've been looking at it a lot, doing research on it. The number 5 position now is the best place to bat in Test cricket because people keep moving that worst batters up the order, knowing that you need your number 4 and your number 5 to come in at the 25 and 30 over mark, and you can't get those players in. The openers don't last long enough anymore, so you almost need to send sacrificial bats up. And Bethel's in the sacrificial spot, right? He's going to be facing Scott Boland and Rabada and Bumrah when they've taken a wicket in the first over. Like he's not ready for that because how could he be? He barely played any red ball cricket.
Do England need him to bat through that? If we think he's got such a high ceiling, and we think that he is going to be a once in or the next generational player, can England afford him to bat 3? Can England afford to sort of sacrifice him in the side though? They can't fit him in, and where you hear people, and I would never want Ben Stokes to bat 3 while he's bowling the way he's bowling.
Liam Dawson at 3.
But when you talked about Jacks, that had a bit more sense to it. But can England afford to have Jacob Bethel, if they think he is going to be the next superstar, just constantly get bombarded of it walking out first over, facing one of the sort of big guns with a brand new ball? That for me is probably a different question.
It's all part of it.
It's all part of the same question.
But I'd rather have him at 3 than not have him in the side. So at the end of the day, he has to. If he has to bat,
he's not batting anywhere
else.
He
has to bat at 3 because they have to get in game time in cricket, right? Like he has to bat a lot in cricket at the moment, and he's not batting a lot.
Does Harry Brook?
Well, that was my next question.
My thing was Harry Brook.
Brook's not batting at 3. No. We know that, but Could Brook not bat at 3?
I think Stokes makes the most sense. And I know there's reasons why he doesn't want to do it, and it may not work. But I think as the team is currently constructed, I think that makes the most sense. There's been these really big chats on the internet recently, on Reddit and forums like that, about the fact that we used to bring batters in at like number 6 and number 7.
Yeah.
And now we throw them in. Like Ponting, started at number 6, right? And then he went to number 3 and he faced the West Indies, and the Aussies went, oh, he's not quite ready. So they moved him back to 6, dominated number 6. And by the time he went back to number 3, he was probably already one of the best players in the world. We don't do that anymore. And also because no openers are making runs, no number 3s are making runs around the world. We're actually putting in more makeshift players at the top, which means all your best batting is 4, 5, 6, and 7 now, right? So you can't fit someone like Bethel in. So I think you want to give him, he needs as many reps as possible batting. So I think the only place to bat him at the moment is 3, unless him and Stokes want to switch.
It's a very small sample size. He's played 3 tests in New Zealand, 1 against India at home and 2 against Australia. But his first innings, second innings average is like mad.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Does it make
any sense? Does it quirk?
No, I can't fathom
There's
that
nothing in his batting that suggests it should work.
There's nothing in his game where you think, from a lackadaisical wafting that side off stump, new ball bowlers, they're getting tired, but nothing. No, there's nothing in there that I think that's changing for the massive fluctuation that he has.
Might be that he likes the ball coming off the pitch a little bit slower.
Concentration factor. Does he when he walks out to bat in the first innings? Is he too pumped up? Does he need to relax a little bit more, because batting in the second innings, you're in the game. You've had 200 overs, 150 overs in the field. Your sort of beans are going. Your energy levels are a little bit lower. You're a little bit calmer. That's the only thing I can think of. But
I wondered if it was either there's a little bit less pace in the pitch. Maybe that just suits the way he bats, and we don't know enough about him to know that at the moment. The second thing, I think Josh Butler has a really good record in the 4th innings as well. And there's a couple of white ball cricketers who are better batting in the 3rd and the 4th innings than they are in the 1st and the 2nd. And that's because in the 1st and the 2nd innings, you're just batting as long as you can. And in the 3rd and 4th innings, there's usually plans to your batting, which is much more like limited overs cricket. So I don't know if that is because he's played a lot more of that. But I would say it's probably dumb luck, having spent 15 minutes on it.
And lastly, what about his bowling?
I thought he bowled really well in this last Test match. When he bowled at the Oval, I'm going to throw this person completely under the bus, but I was next to Robin Uthappa from the Indian cricketer, and he went, "Who's bowling? Who is this guy?" Because he looked like someone who had never bowled before, should not have been bowling, but he looked stiff and awkward. He looked a little bit more in rhythm in Australia. I know he didn't bowl a lot, but I thought he looked a little bit more in rhythm. I don't think, let's say he plays your magical 100 tests.
When?
Yeah, when he plays your magical 100 tests, 50 to 70 wickets.
Well, yeah, more wickets than Root. That's probably the most.
I
think Joe's got about 70 or 80 wickets.
But from double the amount of games. If he plays 100, I'm saying. So I think he probably averaged more wickets per game than Root. But I don't think...
Which is good enough.
He's a 6th bowler, not a 5th bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, but that's what you want him for. I don't think
6th bowler's fine if you've got an all-rounder.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want him unless you play on a wicket where you think, right, it's not going to spin and we're only going to play 4 seamers anyway. Then I think he's a part-time bowler.
Yeah, 10 overs a day is fine.
But I think he'd be a good foil to have, to give your bowlers a better chance of just that little bit extra recovery if you're going into a second new ball and you need to make it count.
When he's in rhythm, I think he's fine. It's just that occasionally he comes on and it looks like he hasn't bowled in like 4 months, and he just gets a bit awkward with it.
Live ball-by-ball commentary of England's white ball tour of Sri Lanka.
It's a claim for a catch. He's got him.
Exclusively on TalkSport 2.
You're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, John Norman, alongside the former England fast bowler Alex Tudor, just listening back to a conversation that took place between Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison and myself that went out on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. If you haven't already, head over there, hit subscribe. You can see us right now. Harmy is wearing a lovely Sri Lankan outfit, and Tudes, you're wearing... That's quite a lovely outfit as well. come and check it out. Choose just listening to that conversation about Jacob Bethel. We're going to, by the way, be heading out to Pallekele for the toss and teams very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Just had a delayed start. We should have got underway an hour and a half ago. But the game will be getting underway in about 15 minutes' time. So stay with us. Choose, Jacob Bethel. I mean, he's playing for England in all formats now. Of course, gave a little bit of much-needed gloss at the end of the Ashes with that century at the SCG. Just your thoughts about him, the role he plays, the talent he has. Is he going to be an all-format player across T20 ODIs and Test matches for years to come, or do you think the allure of possibly the franchise and the way the game's going may see him play way more white ball than red ball? What is your assessment?
Listen, I'm going to be slightly biased because of his brought up in Barbados.
Yes.
my parents being there. So, look, listen, over the moon for the young man. Obviously, the potential was always there, as you said, at the end of the Ashes, for him to go out and bat the way he did with that assured. He looked accomplished, technique looked on point. I mean, you were hearing names like Garreresque and stuff like that, and that's high praise indeed from people. So, listen, a little bit of light at the end of the dreary Ashes series. Listen, all format player. It just depends on him. He's still very young, so he will harbour ambitions to play Test cricket as long as he can. But as you said, for the lure of the franchise game, which will throw big money at him, like anyone in any walk of life, if someone's throwing a lot of money at you and you're having to work not that long, do you decide not to take it? I mean, as I said, an injury's only around the corner. So that's a decision he will have to make, and ECB will have to make how they, I suppose, look after him. But potential is definitely there for everyone to see, and you just want to see him carry on and flourish now.
If you were to pick one format, which one would suit him best, suit his game best? I'm putting you on the spot a bit.
You are. Technically, you would say, well, a good player in Test cricket can play anything for me. Technically, he's great for me. He's a very good player. I would like to think that would be Test cricket, but I suppose one-day form as well. He can hit the big boundary. He's a good fielder. He can bowl his left-arm spin. Look, he most probably won't bowl 4 overs, but to get 2 or 3 maybe out of him, you're going to do a job in a T20. So I'm going to say Test cricket, John.
Okay, heard it here first. Let's head out to the middle. Russell Arnold is with the captains of Sri Lanka and England.
Things are getting quite exciting out here because we are only a week away from the T20 World Cup, and we have now moved to another venue that will be used for the competition. First of 3 games, Dasun Shanaka, Sri Lanka's captain, Harry Brook, England's captain, and our match referee from India, Narayanan Kutty. Dasun.
We'll have a bowl, please.
I heard you say bowl.
Yes, please.
Your thoughts on the pitch?
It looks like a good wicket, so hopefully we can bowl well, get a few early wickets and put them under pressure and then chase the score down.
England have been very good in this format of late. A little bit of a break for this mob. How are they feeling and looking forward to this?
Yeah, good. Everybody's really looking forward to it. Obviously, big series against Sri Lanka, a good side in their own conditions, but then with the bigger picture looking towards the World Cup.
How much of the focus is there?
No, definitely just trying to concentrate on one game at a time, staying in the moment as much as possible, and that's been one of the key messages going throughout this last couple of years.
And how's the squad looking? The team today, Jofra's back, so you must be happy with that as well.
Yeah, everybody's, like I said, everybody's really looking forward to going out there and getting under the lights and playing again tonight.
Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. You're well.
Dasun, your thoughts on having to bat first and set a target?
Yeah, very happy. Outfield is quite wet, so in the last series also we had the same challenge, so we are happy to take it.
Well, you're back in charge of the team because you were not in the 1 days. How's it taking charge of the mob?
Very happy about the squad with me. They've been playing some good cricket in recent past, so yeah, looking forward for the series.
Look, consistency, that's something that has deserted your team over a period of time. How do you rectify it? It's very important for the tournament.
Very much key is the consistency. So I had that chat, with these individuals and of course with the team. We need to make sure we do the right things, right execution with all three disciplines. So hopefully, we come better and better.
Tell me about your team today.
Same team as the last game we played in Pakistan, so which includes 2 fast bowlers, 2 genuine spinners, and the all-rounders in the middle.
Now, Dushmantha Chameera, is he rested or is there something wrong there?
He got a niggle, but at the same time we wanted fully fit in that World Cup game, so he's rested.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, the news from the centre is that England have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl.
Choose, no surprise there. With a game that's going to have rain in and amongst it, you want to be chasing, don't you? And also, don't know what that pitch is going to be doing, having been under covers for the last few hours.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, obviously there's no real massive decision to make there for Harry Brook, the England captain. Yep, win the toss, have a bowl, see what conditions. I think obviously early on it's going to do a lot of movement, try and take some wickets up front, keep them down to a low score, and then, as I said, with that batting lineup, just go out and chase whatever they get.
Okay, time now to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
William Hill's Dave Kellner is with us. Take it away, Dave.
Thank you. Well, England, as you mentioned, having won the toss, have got a lot shorter in the betting, as you would anticipate. They were as big as 8-15 to win this match with Sri Lanka at 11-8. Those prices have contracted on England, who are now 2-5 to win this first T20 of the series, with Sri Lanka in the betting at 7-4. England, of course, coming into this on the back of that victory over Sri Lanka in the ODI series decider, and they are well fancied to win this first T20 match, and all eyes will be on the ICC World 2020 coming up at the end of the month, and England are 11-2 to win that, with India 11-8 favourites and Australia in the betting at 7-2. When we have the in-play markets live, it might be worth a look at Phil Salt to be the top England run scorer in this first T20. He's been in fine form in these T20 matches, and he cracked 89 against Ireland back in September, 85 against New Zealand in Christchurch in October, and he's only behind Australia's Glenn Maxwell and the Indian legend Rohit Sharma, having scored more T20 international centuries than Salt's tally of 4. So that's worth a look when all the markets go live. But England very popular in the betting, and having won the toss, they are now 2-5 England to win this first T20, with Sri Lanka in the betting at 7-4.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Dave. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Right, before we head over to another superb bit of cricket chat between Jarrod Kimble and David Bumble-Lloyd, we'll just read out the team sheets. We know England, Phil Salt and Jos Buttler opening, Jacob Ethel, who we've just been speaking about, myself and Alex Tudor at 3, Tom Banton in the side, probably ahead of Ben Duckett at 4, Harry Brook, the captain, at 5, Sam Curran at 6, Will Jacks, Jamie Overton, Liam Dawson, Jofra Archer and Adil Rashid make up the 11. So 3 pace bowlers and a sprinkling of spinners as well. Sri Lanka, we didn't know, it's quite similar, like England's actually, to the ODI side. So the opening partnership of Nasanka and also Mishara, who will be opening up in about 15 minutes time, will take to the field as they did in the T20s. That's a right-handed, left-handed combination. Kusal Mendis at 3, scored 93 in the first ODI that Sri Lanka won, not out. Dhananjaya De Silva continuing his run back in the white ball side at 4, with Charith Asalanka at 5. He's the skipper of the ODI side. It's Dasun Shanaka who's the skipper of the T20 side. He's carded at 6, with Yanith Leonaga at 7. We saw him hit a mighty ball at times in the ODI series. Hasaranga, the leg spinner. Then we've got Tikshana as well as Ishan Malinga, no relation, and making up the attack, Patarana. So that's the 11 for Sri Lanka. We'll talk about that in more detail very shortly. But as promised, let's head over to a conversation that took place between myself, Jarrod Kimble and David Bumble-Lloyd. Posed the question, why can't England ever maintain success?
Why is it that England don't maintain success for long? Why is there no these 50s? And that's it, really. There was a period around 2010.
1880s?
Obviously, just before the wrong one was obviously discovered.
Yeah, have they ever had a 10-year period outside of the 50s?
Dominance? No, they haven't. No, we haven't.
So why not?
I don't think there's any reason, is there? Is it maybe dumb luck?
I don't.
How many teams have had a 10-year period?
Well, India have just had one.
India, South Africa.
Well, all of them.
Australia.
What's our
Indies, Australia, South Africa,
Look at
Pakistan.
New Zealand.
Pakistan have had.
Oh, the 80s?
Yeah, the 80s. They had a terrific record against the West Indies, who were the dominant side.
Yeah, that's another one.
Look at the window that we've got in our climate. What window do we have? May, July, May, June, July, August.
He makes a fair point. I was just in Delhi, and they were all people in Delhi were wearing beanies, right? It was 26 degrees, but they were wearing beanies, and it got down to about 12, 14 at night. So they have a bit of and everyone said, "You enjoying the winter?
Yeah.
You enjoying the winter?" And I went down to Virat Kohli, where he learned his cricket at the West Delhi Cricket Academy. They had the full, not just the synthetic nets working, they had the full normal nets working, right? Now, maybe the pitches aren't quite as good at this time of year because it does get cold at night and everything else, but you could play cricket on those pitches 12 months of the year, right? Like a turf pitch in India, unless you're right up in the north, maybe in the mountains or in one of the wet areas, you probably play all year. In England, you can't play for majority of the year.
No.
Cricket. And not only that, we would all argue there's probably about 1.5 months of the summer where it's not even a normal kind of cricket because you're playing on puddings where the balls.
And it's not the dominant sport of the country. It's
but you can argue that about New Zealand, Australia, South Africa as well.
And the West Indies.
West Indies probably is on the edge of that too, aren't they?
I mean, if you're talking about...
You're right, though. He is right, though. Isn't that another part?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this amazing question I've come up with. But I do find it interesting because, you have these very, very short periods, windows, from, say, 2003 to 2005, where England were terrific and they won.
Yeah.
They beat everyone. And then you've got 2009 to about 2013, 12 again.
Yeah.
And you're right about talking about the seasons, but also I think about fitness. What is one of the problems that England always seem to encounter, and that's injuries to some of their better players. I don't know whether maybe that's dumb luck.
It's inevitable that you're going to get injured. The quick ballers around the world get injured.
Can I give you something on this, though? This is probably less to do with very modern cricket, but traditionally, how many England bowlers were great for 3 or 4 years and then were crocked because they were bowling in 30 games a year in county cricket, where the Aussies are bowling in 8 to 10?
Well, I understand that, but at that time they would be playing on uncovered pitches.
Yeah, but it's
and
still...
you would get where you landed. When these fast bowlers, Fred Truman, Brian Statham, going back to that era, Les Jackson and Harold Rhodes, they landed softly and made an almighty hole. And so it didn't impact on you.
It's a lot of running in, though, as well.
Yeah.
It was back foot no ball law and some of that, so I'll give you that.
Way back. But 3-day cricket was the norm. And so you weren't out there for 2 days.
But Australian cricketers and South African cricketers, West Indian, Pakistani, wherever, as far as top level cricket, so top level professional cricket are playing 40 to 50 days a year.
Yeah.
And English cricketers are playing 80 to 120.
Yeah.
That is a big difference.
It is.
And so is some of the best cricket that some of those guys played in county cricket and not for their national teams, whereas generally for the international teams, it would be for your international team.
You see, you come on to present day, and I would prefer a system of 3 divisions of 6, and to play county championship, 10 matches with a promotion and relegation. That's what I'd do, to make it quality rather than quantity, and play it in the summer months, make it meaningful, and out of the 550 million that the game has had an injection, take 20 million out of that, and that's for the winner of the county championship.
Okay, well, that will have to wait, because I'm pleased to say that we're just about to get underway at Palakelly with Sam Curran with ball in hand. I thought it might be Jamie Overton. And it's Patam Nasanka who is facing with one wide slip in place. And first ball, we'll see a leg by. Decent bounce there, actually, from Curran. And just sees that the opening back, Nasanka just a touch late to get the bat down onto the ball. So Sri Lanka off and running at the start of this T20, the first of 3 that we're bringing you on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 17 overs aside. We were supposed to get underway at 1:30. It's of course now 3:10 in the UK. So instead of coming towards the end of the first innings, we're starting it. But at least we've got some cricket. We've got a good crowd in place. They've stuck around. In fact, they've grown steadily over the course of the last 2 hours. Sam Curran is in again. He's over the wicket. This is driven beautifully past short mid-wicket. Jofra Archer back in the side. One of 3 changes for England. Can't prevent the ball from reaching the boundary. So Mishara off the mark with a boundary 4. A little punch of the gloves between Mishara and Lanka. The ODI opening partnership continuing that role for the T20 series, and Sri Lanka are 5 without loss. Let's head over to Pallekele, the former England fast bowler Steve Harmison, alongside Roshan Abasingh.
Thank you, John. Yes, it's a good start for Sri Lanka. It's a lovely evening, I can tell you. There was so much doubt about this game because there was rain about, and I'm sure you heard how we were very nearly to the toss and then the rain appeared. The covers came back. I honestly doubted it, but now this outfield is bone dry, and Sri Lanka has just got off to a wonderful start. And what a series it promises to be, because we got a World Cup after 3 games. Here comes Curran, slip in, short third. Nisanka drives and 4. As I say, a very good evening to our good friend Steve Harmison.
Yeah, stand and deliver there for Nisanka, wide outside off stump. 2 straight to the left-hander, Mishara, 2 wide to the right-hander, Nisanka. Curran's first 4 balls, 2 of them have gone to the boundary. That there on a pitch which has got a little bit of dampness on the top, skid on, hoping for a little bit of swing. Harry Brook win the toss and bowl first, hoping that the bowlers might be able to get any sort of movement at it, but unfortunately half volley's half volley, and off you go for 4.
Right, they've got 10 runs of the first 4 balls. A little pause from Curran before runs in and steering it behind point, and just a single. So 11 runs now of 5 balls.
Yeah, good angles from Sam Curran to make sure fielders are in the right place. Bethel is out there in between a deep point and a deep third. Left-hander now on strike, so he's staying out at a more backward square leg than actually fine leg. 1 slip, everybody else on the edge of the ring.
Here comes Curran. Goes, that's a wide. Has to be. Umpire Vimalsari calls it a wide. So Sri Lanka got off to a marvellous start. 12 runs on the first 5 balls. Curran has been just a little bit wayward, taken to task by the openers.
Struggling to understand this decision, Curran bowling the first over. You want to set the tone, and Jofra Archer normally bowls the first over, so bit of a strange decision. The slip goes out, he goes to short third, and short third goes over to fine leg inside the circle.
Curran it is. Mishara up-ish, but in the gap. For a moment I thought he hit it to the man at extra cover, but what he's done is he's punched it in the gap and he gets a boundary. And what a first over for Sri Lanka. They got 16 runs off that first over of Curran. And a quick reminder, you're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Ball's gone in the air between the sort of cover and cover point. 2 fielders converging on each other, and unfortunately it was in the air but nowhere near the hand. Again, I still don't really understand why Jofra Archer didn't bowl the first over. Unless they were keeping him for further down the line, these 4 overs in the middle, then it's a strange decision. You want your best bowler to set the tone, you want your best bowler to sort of take the new ball and hit that first over, hit that first ball and get you off and running, especially in an even shorter game. But unfortunately they've gone to Sam Curran, he's conceded 16, and Archer's going to bowl the second over, which is, I just don't understand this one.
Right, so it's going to be Archer. He has no slips. He's got a short fine. squarely out of the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on. There is a deep, a slightly square third, a back to point, cover, extra cover mid-off. So this is a big moment for England because Archer's coming back after injury. Has a very smooth run, runs in to bowl to Nissanka and bowls a fairly gentle first delivery by his standards. That's 138. Now Archer is someone who can work up a good head of steam, and it's dug out by the batter to the man at short extra cover.
You see an injury, Roshan. I mean, I'm not so sure. Big Tudes is in the studio in London. He knows what a fast bowling injury's like, especially a side injury. That's 8 to 10 weeks of a recovery.
Archer bowls, Nissanka driving and a single. I like to keep an eye, if we get the speed gun, on the pace he's bowling, because we do know that he could bowl, crank it up. He could go to 145 if he wants and more.
Absolutely, especially in the shortest format, in excess of 90 mile an hour plus. But I think he played in the third Test match in Australia, which meant he would have getting injured in and around the sort of 21st of December. So you're only looking at 4 or 5 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, till actually getting ready to come out here. So a side injury normally takes a little bit longer than that. I just wonder if the injury was a little bit of a red herring. England had lost the Ashes and they sent Jofra Archer home.
Bowls and bowled, very well bowled. That had decent pace again. Speed gun suggests that it's in the mid 80s, but it certainly had nice carry through as Mishara played inside the line.
It was fast enough for Mishara. It was bounced as well. Bounced and seamed away. And this is what should have been the first over. This should have been Jofra Archer first over, setting the tone. Bang. Not Sam Curran coming into the second over. Well, Jofra Archer's put a little bit of pressure on, especially with the new ball first over. 6 balls, get off to a good start.
Archer comes in, ball of full length and dug out by Mishara. So England just regaining that control after those runs conceded in the first over. Archer bowling within himself, hasn't really let himself go here. 137, 138. That's again another Yorker. Mishara digs it out, pushes on the offside. 17 without loss. As Archer turns again, almost at the 30-yard circle. Not exactly there, but about a few yards in. Maybe from the pile of sawdust as he runs in. Goes, and Mishara is dropped. He's dropped. For a moment, he was looking to get the elevation over short mid-wicket. It was Dawson who leapt in the air, got a hand to it, just couldn't hold on to it. Would have been a good catch.
It would have been a good catch. I actually think he's thinking it's coming quicker than it actually is. I think Mishara's clossed it a little bit, and I think Liam Dawson's got more time than he actually thinks. It's a great effort. It is a great effort, but it looked as though he jumped a little bit too early and he was on his way down when the ball hit him in the hand. So Jofra's not happy. It was a well-directed delivery and possibly a catch. Yeah, 50-50 chance.
Archer bowls. That's closer to Nissanka, and that is quicker. That was visible. 140 that was, and a very good over from Archer comes to an end. Just 2 runs. England 18 without loss. I beg your pardon, Sri Lanka 18 without loss. And a quick reminder, listening to TalkSport 2 and watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Good over from Archer, 2 off that over. I'd like to have seen that one first. Then Sam Curran comes on. All of a sudden there's a little bit of pressure. If Archer bowls that first over for 2, there's a little bit more pressure on Mishara and Nissanka to come at Sam Curran. And even if he does bowl the odd wide one, I think the pressure that's been built for the first over, if Archer had bowled it, then it would have been a lot easier to come into the second over. But Overton comes in.
It's Overton. Bowls the first delivery, and that's hit high by Mishara, and it's gone a fairly long distance. For a moment I didn't think he got hold of it, but eventually it fell, or it landed a good 20 yards back. So 6 off the first ball.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Roshan. It didn't sound right, did it? It sounded a little bit clunky, but it didn't go like it was clunky. It's gone over the Sri Lanka dugout, heading towards the changing room area, and the ball has to be checked because it's bounced off the concrete. Everything's all right. Jamie Overton's got it. Lined up again.
Runs in from over the wicket. Bowls. Mishara Doesn't time it. Finds the man at mid-wicket, looking to drag it from wide outside the off stump. A bit quicker from Orton. The first one was 135. This is close to 138. So he's got hit for 6 and then bowled a dot.
Yeah, a little bit more of a scrambled seam. The second ball, the first ball, he's tried to see if it swings from down that end. He's pitched it up that little bit further. Second ball, he hit a better length, but it was a great shot. First ball.
Overton comes in. And this should be taken. It should be taken, yes. Someone's getting underneath it. And it's quite easily taken at mid-wicket. That's Dawson, who dropped or tried hard in that previous attempt of Mishara. And he's been dismissed for 16 of 9 balls. And Sri Lanka have lost their first wicket in the 17-over game. And the batter dismissed is Mishara. And Orton gets the wicket.
Yeah, effort ball, banged in short. Mishara's still looking to go over sort of straight mid-wicket, and it just beat him for pace. If anything, it's skidded on. Not sure if it was a cross-seam delivery or not, but it's just skidded on. And Mishara, he's took one hand off the bat. It's a little bit wider than he was expecting, and then he's spliced to the back, gone straight up, and Dawson makes no mistake this time. Nice looping catch. Mishara's gone. He had a 16 off 9 with a big 6 in there. Sri Lanka are 24 for 1 and made a decent start after 2.3 overs.
Yep, the power play is 5.1, so they got 24 for 1 in 2.3, almost at the halfway stage. And yes, you're right, that was the effort ball. That was quicker. And was on to Mishara a little bit quicker. And I felt that's why he lost a hand on that bat, because it was on to him quickly, hit the bat harder than what he expected. But Kusal Mendis got a very fine 90 in the ODI series, anchoring the Sri Lankan innings in that game. Comes in now. England are on the attack, and that's good captaincy. They're bringing in a slip.
Yeah, look to try and pitch it up, but they've also got a deep square leg, so he's also got cover for the short ball.
He's Orton, that's a wide. Should be a wide, yes. Kusal Mendis, I felt it was a little bit premeditated. He was quickly inside the line, looking to go over short fine leg. And Orton just missing out on that line.
Yeah, Overton's not happy with the decision there from a wide point of view, because he felt Kusal Mendis has gone across the stumps, but it was a wide. It definitely was a wide. It's gone too far down leg side, but I agree. I think he was premeditated from Kusal Mendis.
Comes in again. Orton. Mendis just nudges on the onside. Again, a bit of bounce. He's working up that pace gradually. That's close to 140 that time from Orton. And Mendis up on his toes, just works it to the man Banton at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, Banton's in the team for Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett's got a finger injury, so he's still in the squad, assessing what's going on. But great chance for Tom Banton, bat at number 4, very, very powerful, big hitting batter from Somerset.
Again, now will this be called a wide? I don't think so, because Kusal Mendis went right across his stumps, and that was in the mid-130s from Orton. But still, just a touch down the leg side. But importantly, it's a dot.
Kusal Mendis just needs to stand still a little bit there. I mean, he's gone for the sweep shot, which it's fine. It's not a problem. But he's gone too early and too far.
Here is Orton, bowls, and Mendis doesn't get off the mark. Finds the man at short mid-wicket. It's a brilliant over when one considers that he gave a 6 off the first ball. The next 5 have been absolutely fantastic. It's 25 for 1 in 3. Quick reminder, you're listening to TalkSport 2 and you're watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, great comeback from Overton. He the first ball wasn't a loosener by any stretch. It was a fantastic cricket shot. Into the ball was Mishara, hit it for 6, and you're thinking, right, you've got off to a good start. Can you pierce the field? A couple of boundaries like that and try and put the bowler under pressure. But it was a great comeback from Jamie Overton, and Kusal Mendis, last 3 balls really was a little bit scrambled brain, muddled thinking of what he was trying to do, too much predetermined what he was trying to do, and he did nothing really in that back end of that over.
Archer bowls a good Yorker, very, very good Yorker. Pace on that time, and Tathum Nissanka was quick to try and just dig it out. That was a good first delivery from Archer. He's bowled 7 deliveries for 2 runs, and that is extremely well bowled. It's a good face. It's 6 deliveries now without a run off the bat.
Yeah, and I think 3 or 4 of them, Roshan, have been Yorkers right in the block hole.
Here's Archer. Bowls. And Nissanka is hit on the pad. They're asking the question. They're very confident. Umpire doesn't think so. He was looking to sort of flick it away on the onside. And they're thinking of a review. Well, he's asking to review. They haven't still made the decision. Harry Brooks thinking about it. What do you think?
I think Phil Salt behind the stumps thinks it's him outside the line. I think it's possibly just outside the line. Just wonder if the umpire thought he possibly had hit it, but he hasn't. He's given it as a leg by. I think it was out. It did look like being outside the line.
Why does he signal leg by? They didn't run. Did they take a single? I don't think so.
Don't think so, no.
Yeah, so why was he signalling leg by? Here comes Archer. Bowls. And Nissanka gets 4. Gave himself a bit of room. Pace on. And he slapped it over cover. And that's a welcome boundary, but that was 142.
Yeah, that's better from Nissanka. He's just stepped back a touch. Give himself the room. But he's gone early, so he's given himself the best chance. When Kusal Mendes moving around, all of a sudden facing 90 plus miles an hour, you've got to be in a stable position. If not, the bowler wins, and there the batter certainly won.
Here comes Archer, bowls to Nissanka, who looks to swing it away on the onside. Inside edge onto the pad. They get a single. It's 30 for 1 into the 4th over. And I think it's time now to join John Norman and Alex Tudor.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Roshan. Fantastic to hear you. And Steve Harmison on commentary. 30 for 1 then Sri Lanka. We've had 3.4 overs of the innings. England winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. No surprise, because it's been raining in Kandy for much of the day. The start of the match was delayed, so England are going to want to have a chase. Fantastic crowd, though, have turned up for the first of 3 T20s. It is the precursor to the T20 World Cup. 2 full-strength sides, both very similar to the ones we commentated on for the ODI series. And Sri Lanka certainly enjoying batting against Sam Curran and Jamie Overton, although it's he who has picked up the 1 wicket to fall, but Jofra Archer has been bowling beautifully in the 2 overs that we've brought to you here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. He's continuing 7 runs from his 10 deliveries, and this is cut square of the wicket by Kusal Mendes, who just, with the time of the shot, just waited for the ball to arrive. There was a modicum of width there, Tudes. Just stood tall and just powered that through to the boundary, and the cameras picks up Harry Brooks, and he kind of just shrugs and says, okay, good shot there, mate, let's get on with the next ball, shall we?
Yeah, as you said, he's been bowling beautifully, Archer, but just giving a little bit of room in the one-day format, and any player worth his salt's not going to miss out, and Kusal Mendes is a quality player.
Fuller, and loses his body shape, does Kusal Mendes, but there's nobody out on the boundary at deep point or deep extra cover, so relatively risk-free shot there. Didn't look particularly gainly. He's a good-looking batter to watch at the creases, Kusal Mendes, but comes back for a second, and that has actually turned out to be an expensive over. 11 runs coming from the final 4 deliveries of the over. Sri Lanka after 4 overs here on TalkSport 2, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, 36 for 1.
Yeah, and that's why you can see batters like to bat at the top of the innings, because only a couple of fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle at the beginning while the power play. And he got a thick edge, tried to create some violence down the ground, got a thick edge, sort of went deep point area where Will Jacks just went to retrieve it. As you said, Archer looking good. Yes, he went for 11, but he's looking good. His rhythm's looking good, bowling at good pace. He said not quite reached 90 yet, but I'm not worried about that. High 80s and bowling with great skill.
Well, here's another bowler who bowls with great skill and great heart, great experience. It's Liam Dawson, and he's going to bowl his first delivery of the power play. Now, the power play is not going to be 6 overs. This is a 17-over game. And Dawson is in, leading edge there. Nisanka trying to play to the leg, and it just pops up, no run. So Nisanka, the opener, is going at a run of ball 11. Kusal Mendes is 6 from 5. The one batter to 4, Mashara, top edge pull, same over. He'd larruped Jamie Overton into the stands to 6. Tried to repeat the shot, and he was caught by Liam Dawson, who'd actually put one down. Stinging chance on the reverse. Oh, how was that missed? How was that missed? Leg stump, Alex Tudor. There's a shout for leg before as well. I don't know if the batter's got anything on the ball. The ball sailed down to the fine leg, but it's not the fine leg boundary, is it? It's actually through vacant first slip. He's gone on the reverse. He's confused me. Dawson wants to review, and Harry Brook, for the second time in this short innings, decides not to. 40 for 1 Sri Lanka. Let's unpick that.
Well, I thought he hit the stump. He's gone for a reverse.
Has it hit the stump, or has it hit Joss Butler's left?
Well, possibly.
pad?
I mean, unless his left pad sounds woody. I reckon he's hit. I reckon he's hit the stump. You know, Johnny. But the bells, they must be. I mean, have they got the wind bells on? I'm not sure.
No, this is pushed through. Nisanka has wristily played at this delivery, which is not particularly wide. It's about 4th stump, and I don't know if he's under-edged or guided this past short third. Either way, it's gone to the boundary. 4 more. 44 for 1 Sri Lanka to start their innings.
I think it's one where it's just skidded on. It's just sort of gathered pace, and he's played it well in the end. He's watched it. You've got sort of Adil Rashid in the 30-yard circle at third, and it goes past the left side of him. He just has to turn and chase it to the boundary.
I tell you what, he hasn't under-edged that. He's from the full face of the bat, but he's hit it so late. He's Dawson this time, not giving any room whatsoever. Fires it in on the pads, no run. Yeah, he's played it so late. The ball's almost past the wicket by the time he connects. Just seeing this again, the replay. Did the ball hit the stumps? Oh, it did. The ball hit the outside of leg stump and deflected down to the boundary. So, oh, incredible. Down the track. Oh, spanked. What a shot from Nisanka. Moves to 21. And that's gone all the way for 6. That's another incredible shot. A shot of disdain down the track, and has just spanked Liam Dawson over the boundary for a maximum.
A shot of disdain, a shot of class. Nisanka beautifully played. A couple of skips down the wicket. Over long off. Fantastic shot.
50 up for Sri Lanka and cuts. But this time fielded forward point. And Tom Banton there in the side. One of 3 changes from the 3rd ODI. Along with Phil Salt at the top of the order, and Jofra Archer who's taken new ball duties with Sam Curran. But Alex Tudor, this has been an eventful start to the Sri Lankan innings. 5 overs in, 50 for 1.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? And this is what we want, and this is why we watch it and listen to it. As you said, going at 10s. They haven't bowled that badly. As you said, Sri Lanka, they've always been, I've always, even growing up and watching Sri Lankans, I've been lucky enough at my cricket club at Spencer. Our chairman at the time was a Sri Lankan diplomat, and we had overseas players, and we had some gun overseas players, quality batters, pleasing on the eye, only small in stature, but man, they hit the ball extremely hard.
Adil Rashid about to bowl his first over, and it's clipped away in front of square. On the leg side for a single, Nisanka is 21. That shot was played by Kusal Mendes, who was the player of the match in the first ODI with a beautifully weighted 93 not out. That's the end of the power play, by the way. 17 over fixture this after rain delayed the start of the game. And Rashid is in again. This is very wide, and it's a very, very slow turning leg break. Nisanka just steers it straight to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, and listening to JK talking about Adil Rashid the other day as well, he was saying his leg spinner when he bowls it is a lot slower.
This time on the pads, it's a googly, I think. Either way, it's forced through mid-wicket for a single. So the field's spread now. We only have 2 fielders outside the circle for the power play, which has just come to an end, and Sri Lanka got off to a really good start. Just the 1 wicket to fall, that of Mishara. He went for a 9-ball 16, and since his dismissal, pulled, and that would just drop short. Now, if that shot had been played inside the power play, it would have been gobbled up by mid-on, but now the field is spread. Of course, the batter will say, well, I wouldn't have played it inside the power play, or if I had, I would have got more on it and cleared the infield. Either way, another run added to the score here on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Sri Lanka 53 for 1, and this is driven wristily by Nasanka, who moves to 23.
Yeah, he's looked good. He's a good player, in-form player as well for Sri Lanka. Needing to carry on. As you're thinking you're going to need a good score against this England batting lineup. So what is a good score?
Well, they don't look as powerfully stacked as England do in the batting order, as Kusal Mendes gets down on one knee and sweeps to Jacob Bethel coming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Whereas England go in with a real power punched, Phil Salt, Joss Buttler, Jacob Bethel, Tom Banton, Harry Brook, those 5, they're all going to be striking around between 120 and 150. Nasanka, Mishara, Mendes, Dhananjaya De Silva, Asalanka, that top 5, I'm not sure they're going at quite that tempo. I mean, Nasanka at the moment is pushing 120, Mendes' strike rate of 110. So, different approaches, but of course the bowling is slightly different as well. So really interesting matchup that we're bringing you on TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Welcoming back Sam Curran. His first over was expensive. The first over of the innings, gone for 15, and his first ball travels fine for 4, but I think Kusal Mendes feel he could have spanked that for 6. It was on the pads, he was down early, he just didn't quite get the connection, otherwise that would have sailed away to the banks.
Yeah, it's not how you want to start as the bowler, just getting the line wrong. Boundary first ball, you're trying to claw it back. The batter's going to know that. So Kusal Mendes, good player. It's just working out the angles, where are the fielders. As I always say, hit the ball where the fielders are not. That is the trick.
Steps away this time, and Sam Curran sees him coming, fires it across. It's just about in the tram line, so it won't be given as wide. .59 for 1 then. Nasanka 23, Kusal Mendes is 13. How are your QPR boys doing this season? Do you talk about
we do all right, and then we'll lose, and we lost against Wrexham the other day 3-2, and yeah, frustrating, but as a QPR fan you sort of know how it's going to be. If we get to sort of mid-table, we sort of threaten we're going to get into the playoffs, and then we lose a few and you go down, and the teams really with a little bit more finance are the ones pushing because they can buy in January.
Here is Curran again, over the wicket, and Mendes targeting mid-wicket, and he's going to get it, just bounces short. It'll be a 4. Fielder running around from long on, can't cut the ball off. And Sri Lanka are going at bang on 10s here, 6.3 overs, they're 63 for 1.
Yeah, he's played up well. Again, I think it's the cut of the slower ball from Sam Curran, and he's just played that sort of wide of mid-wicket, sort of wide of mid-on, and for a minute he most probably thought, can the fielder get round? I think it's Tom Banton out there, as you say, just bouncing inside of the boundary. 1 bounce 4, 2 boundaries off this over, and he's halfway. Just as a bowler you're trying to claw it back, and in doing that you're searching.
Over the wicket, short again. Mendes takes it on, it's gone high, and it's gone far enough to reach the wall on the other side of the boundary. That'll have to be checked as well. Dig out a bit of concrete. Sam Curran, you've gone for 29 from your 10 deliveries. Sri Lanka now are better than 10 and over. And Harry Brook, who's got a sizable blue towel just tucked into his trousers. He's drying the ball at every opportunity, and England just seem to be struggling. Sam Curran in particular, with it's either dew or it's just the moisture that the ball is picking up from the surface, because of course there has been a lot of rain.
Yeah, agreed. Maybe just not sitting in the hand nicely.
This is Fuller. I think that might have been the moon ball from Sam Curran, if not just a cutter. It looked at 85 kilometres an hour, and the batter Kusal Mendes hasn't been able to lace that through the covers, so it's a dot ball, and Sam Curran needs a couple more of those. Both batters now on 23. We talked about strike rate a few minutes ago. Well, Kusal Mendes was listening. He's now up to a strike rate of 176. Sam Curran, well, he doesn't ever really look frustrated. He looks angry. He looks like he's not quite nailed the deliveries that he intends, but he also looks like he's put it behind him and he's just going to get on with the next ball. He's going to back himself. Another moon ball, and Kusal Mendes has unfurled a Virat Kohli-esque on the up cover drive, held the pose, and then all of Candy's watched as the ball has sailed up and just over the boundary at long off for a 6.
Well, he's gone for the double bluff. He's gone for the moon ball. That one at 50 miles an hour. And as you say, Kusal Mendes, players are now looking for that. There's so much footage, tape on these bowlers. I think sometimes you can overdo it. And as you said, he just held the pose. As you said, like a check drive, straight as you like. Going for 6. The partnership now moves on to 51 off 28 balls. And this is what Sri Lanka need, as you said, especially up against that strong England batting lineup. They'll need these two to carry on for another 20 or so balls that they can unleash the sort of middle order to come in and do what they do. But as long as these two are here, they're going to have a good total.
Gary Morgan's firing stats at me left, right and centre. Sides batting first have only won 2 of the last 10 T20s on this ground. And Harry Brook, winning the toss, decided to bowl first. So stacked against Sri Lanka. They got off to a great start. This will be called wide. Rashid continuing, and that wasn't turned, but it was already angling on and going away from the right-hander past the tram line. So another run to the score. Rashid, lots of loop, top edge, and this should be caught by Joss Butler behind the stumps. Nasanka's walking off before the catch has been taken, and England's strike Rashid again. Sri Lanka 76 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling from Adil Rashid, and you come to expect that of him. He gave that one a little bit of air. Was it the wrong one? Nasanka felt that he could hit it to the boundary. He didn't get it as he would like. A thick edge, outside edge. And as he hit it, he just turned his back into the safe hands of Joss Butler with the gloves on. He wasn't going to miss that. And Adil Rashid doing what Adil Rashid does, comes in those middle overs and gets wickets. And Nasanka has to depart for 23 from 20 balls faced, and the score is 76 for 2.
He's done his job though, in a way. I felt that about Mishara. 16 from 9, 23 from 20. Mendes is still there. Shortened game, so 10 overs remaining for Sri Lanka to get a score up around, I don't know, 200? 180? I'm not sure. It's difficult to call, really. We've had the power play, of course. That inflates things. But this is the position you want to be walking in to bat if you're a middle order, and it's Asalanka who's come in ahead of Dhananjaya De Silva, the left-handed ODI skipper. He was the T20 skipper as well. Bit of politics there, I think. Oh, that's a beaut from Adil Rashid. First ball, and he beats Asalanka, who's unsure really whether to stay behind the line or come forward. In the end, he comes forward a touch late. He's beaten past the outside edge. No run. 76 for 2. Down the track, and this is whipped by Asalanka to Will Jacks at deep mid wicket, and Kusal Mendes just sends As ODI skipper back. He's got his eye in, as Kusal Mendes. 29 from 14, and he has doled out some punishment. Certainly Sam Curran is, if not smarting, has been left counting the cost of his 2 overs. It's been expensive. 35 runs from his 2 overs. Most of them coming from Mendes. On the sweep this time. Touch of an under edge there. Just be a single, so good over here from Rashid. Not for the first time, just dragging things back.
Yeah, and this is what he does, and this is what his captain Harry Brook can turn to him at any time and just say, listen, either get me a wicket or just keep control. It's a great skill he has. As you said, might probably miss that sort of quicker leg spinner, which he doesn't have, but the one thing he does in this format.
This is on the pads, and the left-handed Lanka just pushes defensively back to Rashid. Gary Morgan's telling us that there's rain currently in the, well, I can't pronounce that, Malanganaya. There,
you did well there, you did well.
Malanganaya on the sweep this time. Asalanka will take a single. The important thing is it's heading towards Palakeli. How does Gary Morgan know that? He's like one of those old ham radio enthusiasts. I didn't even do ham radio, I don't even know. You pop up in, isolated spots around the world, ping out your signal, collect signals pinged back. Never quite got it. A friend of mine, Matt Smith, used to do it. He used to travel to Tonga just so he could put up his ham radio antenna, ping out a few signals, and then get back on the plane and head back to New Zealand. 79 for 2 then. Sri Lanka, 8 overs bowled. Asalanka and Mendes at the crease. Kusal Mendes, who's 30 not out, going at a strike rate of bang on 200. Liam Dawson, who's 1 over's gone for 10. Slow left arm. He's bowling round the wicket. And this is wide, and Asalanka helps himself. There's a fielder out there, and Jacob Bethel runs around, settles under the ball, takes the catch, and Asalanka's got to go. Dawson strikes, and Sri Lanka lose their third. 79 for 3 here on TalkSport 2, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, and it's the 2 bowlers, as you said, old heads, know their game, just sort of getting the ball out of the hit and reach of Asalanka. He's had to fetch it, and he's not got it where he wanted in the middle of the bat. He's got an inside edge, left hand side of his bat. Jacob Bethel, safe pair of hands, not going to drop in that. And Asalanka has to depart.
Okay, and so will we. Let's head over to Palakeli, Steve Armisen and Roshan Navasinghe.
Thank you, John. 79 for 3 into the 9th over, and England have come back very strongly. Dawson getting the wicket. I really thought with the left-hander coming in, the idea was to take the spinners on, spinning into you, and because Asalanka is so good with those slog sweeps. You spoke about there being reluctant sweepers on television, and that's exactly how Asalanka has perished.
Yeah, I mean, the sweep has been, I think, a fruitful shot for a couple of players. One's Kusal Mendes, and the other one's Joe Root. And I was out the other night with Marcus Trescothick, the England batting coach, and he talked about how the players were talking about some shots were very, very difficult. He didn't think the slog sweep was in the game. He thought that was a really tough shot to execute. And if you were going to sweep and you were going to hard sweep, it was you had to get low to the ground and the bat almost horizontal with the ground to make contact with the ball. Now, Kusal Mendes and Joe Root did that brilliantly in Colombo. But the rest of the players, if you remember in that first game, there was a lot of players got out, top edge sweep and everything, because there was a little bit of an angle to their bat. And because of that angle, it was getting more and more difficult to sweep. And Marcus was saying the players were finding that the slug sweep and the sort of more hard sweep was more difficult to execute. So that's why you've seen a lot of either reverse sort of dab sweeps, or just putting their bat there and using the pace of the ball. So again, another player who succumbed to try and hit the ball too hard from a sweep shot.
Right, Dhananjay De Silva comes out into the 9th over. It's been a little bit topsy-turvy, isn't it? Sri Lanka got off to a good start, lost a wicket, then a good partnership, 2 wickets close to each other. Asalanka the last wicket out for 5, after 2, I beg your pardon, or 5 balls. Dawson striking with a wicket off the very first delivery. And Sri Lanka need a little bit more urgency. Into the 9th over, almost at the halfway stage. It's a 17 over game. Dawson has a spread out field, slight hold up because the rope is been taken around just to make sure that you get rid of all the moisture that the ground might have. That's a method that's been used in these parts of the world.
I think it's the biggest. I mean, it's the biggest waste of time ever, really. Whenever you see the rope going round, all they seem to do is lift the water off the ground. It goes up in the air and then it comes back down. So where does it go? It goes back on the ground. What a waste of time that rope is.
Here is Dawson coming in to bowl to Dhananjaya De Silva. And he gets off the mark with a little chip on the leg side. And a single, only 1 run. Time to have a nice hot cup of tea.
Nice cup of tea, yeah. Beautiful. It's, I mean, we've waited quite a bit for this game to start. There's a lot of supporters in here. Not quite full house, but probably about 70% full, 75% full. Making a good noise, enjoying their hospitality.
Dawson bowls, and that one just sort of, I'm not sure whether it just had a little bit of grip the way Kusal Mendes played it. He just was a little bit tentative as he pushed it away on the offside for a single. But this is a very good face for England. They're just bowling those, not exactly dots, but 1-run deliveries, not those boundary hits. As Dawson comes in, Dhananjaya looks to drive, doesn't really get hold of it. It goes down to long on off an inside part of the bat for a single.
Yeah, I mean, England's best partnership from a bowling point of view in Colombo was Dawson and Rashid. So you throw Archer into the mix, and you'd think England have got a better, more balanced all-round balance unit for not only for T20 cricket but for this surface, which has got a little bit of moisture on top of it, a little bit of tackiness, a little bit of grip.
Dawson comes in, bowls, and Kusal Mendes hits it away on the onside. That ball pushed through quicker. That's 96 Ks. That's Dawson's role, and I like what I see in him. Rashid would tease you with flight, would look for turn, but Dawson is very, very meticulous with what he does.
Just seen glimpses of the Barmy Army, George. We and obviously can't see it we're on the radio, but mentioned the Barmy Army. They give us a lift up to Colombo, and we spent 3 or 4 hours with them.
That's good bowling. That was pushed through quicker, and it is a very fine over that Dawson ends, conceding just 4 runs. He's 83 for 3. Quick reminder, this is TalkSport 2, and you're also watching us on TalkSport YouTube cricket channel.
Both sets of supporters, whether it's the Barmy Army or the other travel groups from England or the locals. Do you know what, Roshan? I'm not sure who will be the happier here. We're seeing a gentleman with a Barmy Army t-shirt on, with a daft hat on. St George's flag. He's enjoyed himself. He's really enjoying himself. England might be just the happier, I think, with the 3 wickets.
Here comes Rashid bowling a ball of full length, which is whipped away on the onside for a single. It's a phase that England is winning because they have completely taken away those boundaries, only singles. Dhananjaya De Silva is just in. He's made 2 of 3. Kusal Mendes has slowed down considerably. Here comes Rashid, tosses it up, and well, he's not hitting it properly. It comes again off an inside edge. He was looking to go to extra cover. So this is clever bowling by Rashid, and as I said, a very, very important phase in this game.
It just seems that when you take the pace off it from a spinner, if you're not fully with in a balanced position and ready to hit the ball, you cough it.
That's better. That's it with a lot of power. Kusal Mendes gets hold of it off the middle of the bat. The only mistake, I don't have a problem with the length, it's the line. I loved him to play the sweep. On the off stump, it would have been a good ball, but there's a good packed field on the offside.
Yeah, that was a well executed sweep shot. It was a little bit straighter from Adil Rashid and a little bit shorter from Adil Rashid. It was well adjusted from Kusal Mendes.
Mendes hits it high. This should be taken at long on. and it is taken. And wicket number 4, that's Overton who catches it. And Rashid teasing the batter with his very, very fine leg spin has accounted for Kusal Mendis for 37. And Sri Lanka are 4 down for 89.
Kusal Mendis is absolutely livid with himself. We heard the anguish, the shout, the no. As soon as he made contact with his ball, he knew straight away, one, he didn't have enough on it, knew he wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, didn't have a stable base. It's gone straight up in the air, and Jamie Overton, he runs in about 10-15 yards, but a comfortable catch. And now I think England are ahead of the game. 4 wickets down, going at 9 and a bit and over. But Kusal Mendis, big player who's batted really well in this white ball tour, of England's white ball tour so far. He's gone for 37, and Sri Lanka are 89 for 4.
Yes, indeed. Now 9.4 is the rate of scoring. Janith Lianage comes out, and England, I think, will be pleased. I always, these little moments. Now you had Kusal Mendis going after the bowling at one end and taking them on, playing those sweeps. Come to that as Rashid comes in, bowls to Lianage, who gets a googly and works it away on the onside, and he's off the mark with a single. Now this is a good position for England. I say that because 2 new batters.
Absolutely, it is, and it's always crucial when you get that 2 new batters. It's the 3 or 4 balls, isn't it? It's that 3 or 4 balls that take out of the game the 2 new batters. Not big shots coming.
Drags it from outside the off stump, but he can't find the boundary. It's only a single. England would mind it. No problems about singles. And Adil Rashid ends a very, very fine over, and it is successful.
Sri Lanka are 91 for 4 after 10 overs. Run rate of obviously 9.1. I think even I could work that one out. 7 overs left. Looking at a total, wow. Can they get to 160? Can they get to 165? Possibly more. I mean, they'll want that. They'll probably need that, because I'd imagine the wicket will get a little bit better with the moisture that's been on it. Just ball skidding on. Yeah, I think England are just slightly ahead here. Average first innings score of 168 on this ground, and that's in 20 overs.
Dawson it is. In the middle of a very good spell, bowls to, oh, lucky, he's going to get runs off an inside edge and a boundary. It doesn't matter for Sri Lanka as long as they come. Dhananjay De Silva was looking to charge and gets it off an inside edge down towards fine leg for 4. So Sri Lanka will take every possible run.
Good from Dhananjay. I mean, 2 new batters at the crease, but they've still got to be proactive. I don't think he was coming down the wicket to play the big shot, possibly messing with Dawson's line and length. Got a bit of luck, but 4 off the first ball.
Dawson bowls wide, and he goes over extra cover, and oh, very nearly a stunning catch, if there was one, because what a great effort by the man running in from deep extra cover. That is Bethel. Outstanding effort. Dhananjay gets 2, but very nearly Dawson having his 2nd wicket.
It's going down as a chance, but not many on this field you'd have been saying that was a chance too. Jacob Bethel come flying in, running in top speed, diving full stretch. It's a great effort from England's left arm all-rounder.
Here is Dhananjay, was nudging it and running with the shot. He gets a single. So it's a very gradual process for Sri Lanka. They're not being able to really accelerate. We're getting another look at that effort by Jacob Bethel on this large screen provided.
That would have been a fantastic catch from Bethel.
Lianage struck on the pad. They're very confident. Very confident, unless there was an inside edge. I'm not so sure. Lianage is looking at his bat. There is a conference. There is a chat.
I heard 2 noises in my ears. You've got 2. You might as well go for it. Yeah. Harry Brook goes for the referral. Has it hit both pads? Has it hit an inside edge? It's straight. I'm not thinking it's going down. I think the umpire is given not out, possibly because he thinks there was two noises, and he's thinking there's an inside edge on it.
Yep, let's see.
Nice, don't see.
We're getting that. Oh, that looks out. That looks out to me. Unless there's an inside edge. Definitely it looks out to me.
Yeah, it's not hitting the leg stump, and it's not hitting the off stump. And it's not hit the bat either. Ultra Edge shows that it's not hit the pad. It's hit the front pad, which is probably going to hit middle and leg, and it's hit the back pad, which was hitting middle stump. So this is surely going to be given out.
Yeah, I think Lienege is walking away because after he saw that on the big screen, he realizes that is heading only in one direction, and those are the stumps. And Sri Lanka are definitely losing their way. Here comes the other thing is it's straightened. It was not sliding, it straightened. It was hitting the middle of middle. So very good review by England, and the review is retained. And Sri Lanka have lost 5 now after such a good start. In its 50th T20I game, just getting it wrong that time, but England using the review well.
Yeah, Roshan, he got it wrong, but I don't blame him for not giving it out. I really don't, because I think there were 2 noises. We've seen it on the replay. There was a front pad, back pad noise. So in the umpire's mind, he's possibly thinking one of them noises is an inside edge, which means he wouldn't be given out. So I don't think the umpire's made a mistake there. I just think that's great use of the technology.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. No, it's not an easy job, the umpire's job. It's a thankless job. It's scrutinized by not just 1 million, could be about 100 million.
Yes, could be about 100 million. Possibly when it comes to the World Cup it will be.
Dawson to the captain now. Dawson Shanaka, who doesn't get a run because Dawson dives to the right and stops it. And still he has been very miserly. He's into his 3rd over. Hardly conceded a run in this over.
Sri Lanka 98 for 5. 1 ball to go in the 11th.
Dawson it is to bowl to Shanaka. Oh, could have been easy to that man at extra cover going off a leading edge. A wonderful over comes to an end, and Sri Lanka are 98 for 5. You're listening to TalkSport 2 and watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
2 for 21 off 3 for Liam Dawson. A really good display by England's 2 senior spin bowlers, both very, very experienced. Dawson experienced in the first class game, starting to build up a good reputation in the international game, especially in this format. And Adil Rashid, one of England's all-time great spin bowlers. England in a good position here.
This is bowled, very well bowled. I think Rashid knows exactly the pace to bowl on the surface. Bowl slower. And Dhananjay De Silva didn't know much about it. Rashid again. Dhananjay looks to go over extra cover, misses.
Well, he hasn't picked that one, because that is an absolute beauty of a googly. It really was. That's missed off stump by millimetres. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite come back enough, that googly.
And again, he's not reading him at all. He's completely deceived and baffled. This is brilliant bowling by Adil Rashid.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Rathnayaka, and he's one of his early, he's third or fourth game in Colombo, and he's playing him off. He's only one that's playing him out of the hand.
This should be taken, I think, by the man coming in from backward square leg, and Dhananjay De Silva's rather agonizing wait is over. Wicket number 6, and Sri Lanka in a lot of trouble at 98 for 6, and struggling and unfortunately going quite fast down the slippery slope. And I think it's time to join John in a rather what should I say, cold England? Is that the right word?
That's fair enough. I actually think today's the first day that the sky looked bluer and it seemed hotter than it looked in Sri Lanka, Tudes. Certainly wasn't any rain today, which has made a nice change. It's raining wickets in Sri Lanka though. Sri Lanka got off to a terrific start, 76 for 1 and now 98 for 6. And it's Adil Rashid who, not for the first time, and Liam Dawson doing the damage. 5 of the 6 wickets to fall have gone the way of spin. Dhananjaya, the latest to fall, for 11. And I mean, Sri Lanka going to get bowled out inside 17 overs, Tubes.
Yeah, it's looking that way, John. And as you say, this is why I'm confident that England will go deep in this World Cup, is because of these two. Rashid and Dawson got a lot of skill, a lot of experience, know how to bowl on different wickets. It just gives England that little bit of an edge. As you say, Rashid just does what he does. 3 for 17, 2 balls left.
This is turning away from the right-handed Hasaranga, who will no doubt have a big role to play later today. He was quite expensive on his return to the side in the 3rd ODI. Wasn't as effective actually, 1 for 76 from his 10 overs. But that was the innings that saw Harry Brook go, I don't know how you describe that innings, Tudes. 136 from just 66. Off the pads this time from Shanaka. Clipped away for a single. Applause at Palakeli. Rashid's 4 overs have been bowled. 3 for 19. Tudes, maybe you were right earlier on today when you said he just gets better with age. That was almost flawless today from England's number 1.
Yeah, he's just class, and it's the bravery he shows, you know, in this modern game where I always complain about the size of the boundaries and stuff like that. He got a decent sized boundary today. It was 70 odd yards, meters on both sides. And he just, the ability to just keep it flighted, but to keep the batters guessing. As I said, Dhananjaya, the Silva looked like he had never faced wrist spin before, and I'm sure he would have had, but he was flummoxed by the spin of Rashid, and it's just the skill that he has, the control.
Dawson, who's playing a fine supporting role himself. Start of his 4th over, he's gone for just 21. 2 wickets in there as well. That is a single to start the over. So 100 up for Sri Lanka, but they've lost 6 wickets. 5 overs remaining, and Dawson continuing round the wicket, and this is clipped away for another single in front of square. Just the run, 1 run, and Sri Lanka just seemed, I don't know whether to stick or twist at the moment. No doubt hoping for more pace on the ball. Thing is though, Tudes, actually, apart from Sam Curran, whose 2 overs went for 35, Jofra Archer and Jamie Overton. Well, Overton's bowled just the 1 over, picked up a wicket, he went for 7. Archer's gone for 13 from his 2 overs. So really it's just Sam Curran, 2 overs, 0 for 35, who's been expensive. England have kept a good control apart from that. Dawson continuing, and this is punched to the left of short extra cover, who Harry Brook it is, dives to his left, but can't prevent another run. 102 for 6 in Sri Lanka.
And where Rashid gives flight, Dawson gives you nothing. He's firing them in with a little bit of drift coming back into the right-hander. It's good bowling.
Yeah, they're a good combination, these two, aren't they, Dawson and Rashid? We're going to see a lot more of these. That's a bit flatter, just as I say that, and it's been clubbed over deep mid-wicket by Shanaka. Dawson, I don't know if he dragged that down, or maybe just that dew factor we were talking about earlier, a bit of moisture. Didn't release the ball. You don't see that too often from Dawson, do you? But as soon as it's pitched short, Shanaka's eyes lit up and he's powered that away to the boundary for 6.
Yeah, he was wiping his hand profusely afterwards. As you said, he just stuck in there, absolutely drag it down. Batter worth his weight, he's not going to miss out on that 83 metres.
This time just goes on with the arm, and Shanaka making a touch of space easing away from the wicket, pushes that to the covers for a run. 109 for 6, and Sri Lanka needs some big overs. Earlier on I was suggesting maybe they'd be looking at 180, maybe even 200 after they got off to such a quick start, but they have been dragged back. 109 for 6. What total do you think is realistic for Sri Lanka from here?
Well, I mean, listen, can you get another 50? Possibly. Give yourself a chance, try and get up to 160. But someone's going to have to take a risk, and in doing so you might lose your wicket.
It's going to be pushed into the mid-wicket region, and fielders come in from the boundary. Banton, is it? Very, very quickly. I think both Hasaranga and Shanaka wanted 2, Phil Salt wanted 2, but such was the speed in which Phil Salt fielded and the power of the throw, they stayed where they were, and that was a wise decision. So just a 1 run at the end of the over. That's Dawson bowled out, 2 for 31 to go with 3 for 19 from Rashid. And in this 17 over game we've got 4 overs remaining. You'd think Archer would take 2 of them, and probably Jamie Overton. I'm not sure we're going to see Sam Curran again, but you never know.
Possibly, if they're feeling that's what they're going to do at the death in these innings, they may do it, where he sort of bowled the last over a couple of times, but we'll have to see.
I suppose they want to mix and match and just see things ahead of the T20 World Cup. Of course, want to win today, but they also want to work out, you know, the matchups and the combinations. And it is Overton, and he's in now. Short delivery, and Hasaranga has a flick at this one, but can't connect. Goes through to the keeper Butler, who's going to be opening the batting later today. Well, in about 4 overs time. What kind of target will he and Phil Salt be set? 110 for 6 Sri Lanka. Hasaranga and Shanaka at the crease. The captain of Sri Lanka in the T20 format. Didn't play in the ODIs.
Across the seam delivery there from Jamie Overton. Just getting some sawdust down. Just felt like he slipped a little bit.
This is very full, it's quite wide, and possibly a touch slow as well from Overton. Gives a grunt as he releases the ball, and the batter Hasaranga is reaching a touch. That was actually there to be smashed, and instead just steered it straight to the fielder inside the circle at extra cover, and it's just a single.
That's what he does. Back of the length, mixes up his pace.
Again he goes full and wide, and Hasaranga throws a bat at it but can only get a single to deep backward point. So this is a decent over here for Jamie Overton, who was hit first ball for 6. Was it first ball? Certainly in his, I think it was first ball hit for 6. Since then he's taken a wicket and gone for just 2 runs from his next 8 deliveries. 111 for 6 then here on TalkSport 2. Sri Lanka goes straight at this time. This is flicked towards the fielder running in, Sam Curran at deep square leg. Much like Jacob Bethel, can't quite get to the ball before it lands in the surface. Didn't look quite as graceful as Bethel, truth be told, but the end result was the same. Technically it's going to go down as a chance. Tough one. Singles scored. The score moves on.
Yeah, it's a great effort. Coming in off the backward square boundary. Lunge and dive. And you say if you can't catch it, get your body behind it. It's only a single.
Overton again. Right arm over the wicket. Steps away from the crease as Hasaranga. And just helped this up and over the infield. And away to the boundary for 4. Needed runs for Sri Lanka. Moved to 116 for 6. 1 ball left of the 14th over. In the T17 after rain delayed the start.
You're disappointed with that, Johnny. Sort of a drag down, as you say, with mid-off up in the 30-yard circle. It's a bad delivery. Easy pickings for Hasaranga. 1 bounce 4. Want to come out the over, always talk about finish the over well. It's been a good over up into that delivery. Do not go for a boundary in your last one.
It just kind of sat up to the hit that time, didn't it? And it was swatted away. Last ball of the over then. Overton is in. He goes full and wide again. And Hasaranga can't reach the ball. That's a good end to the over from Overton. 6 runs coming from his second over. Sri Lanka after 14 overs, 116 for 6.
Yeah, great last ball. As you say, full Yorker wide. Good pace, 85 miles an hour. Jamie Overton, big strong lad. Has the ability to bowl at good pace. As you said, normally hits the splice of the back and get them Yorkers in. Bowls those cutters, got it wrong, second to last ball. Got that Yorker right though. As we look at the great man on the screen, Sanaf Jayasuriya, honestly, used to give me absolute nightmare trying to bowl at that man.
I looked up expecting to see Harmy. Yeah, I mean, Sri Lanka have had some fine opening bats over the years, haven't they? But he's still the one. He's still the one that is the standard bearer. Jofra Archer then. He's in, right arm over the wicket, targeting the stumps, and Shanaka has just stepped away a touch and has helped this up and over deep mid-wicket for 6. Jofra Archer turns around, walks back to his mark and says, all right.
Decent shot that, again, boundary first ball. A lot of batters now, they attack that first delivery, put pressure back on the bowler. As you said, Joff just turned around and went, yeah, fair enough, good shot, got it wrong.
It landed in the crowd as well, and I think somebody is taking a fantastic catch there. I mean, that takes some work, doesn't it, when you're surrounded by a mob. Well, maybe he hasn't actually, I think he's dropped it. Wasn't really in the slot, was it? But Shanaka moves to 16, and Harry Brookwood's got that blue towel out again. Archer ready to go. 122 for 6 then, he's in again. Short, and Shanaka takes his eye off of it and almost continues through with a, I wouldn't even say that was a half shot, Tudes, it was a quarter shot. Back, there's more chance of that taking the edge and going through to the keeper than it. And Shanaka actually connecting from the full face.
Yeah, the first ball was a back of the hand slower ball. Didn't get it right. That one, 89 miles an hour. Smell that. Good luck hitting that one. Good pace, and with Archer bowling close to the wicket.
Short again, too fast for Shanaka again, who sways and swishes and has an optimistic look at this square leg umpire, but there's nothing given there, and that's pushing 90 miles an hour. Don't hit Jofra Archer for 6 first ball, Chief.
Well, this is my only thing. When you have that ability, and I had this debate with Tyrone Mills a couple of times, if I had the ability to bowl at 90 miles an hour, I'm bowling many slower balls, let me tell you.
Archer again goes fuller. Shanaka stepping across the wicket towards the offside, and he just lofts this ball up to Phil Salt's deep mid-wicket, who collects on the bounce, and Sri Lanka move on. 123 for 6. I asked you what score would be a realistic target. I can't remember what you said.
About if they can get to sort of 150, 160.
160, yeah, for a 17 over thrash.
Give you a chance, get early wickets, you never know. As you said, Sri Lanka will want to see the back end of Phil Salt and Butler. As you said, try and get into that middle order. They can all bat, yes, and they're quality. As you say, give them a test in conditions they're not used to. And we could see a great game here.
It's Hasaranga. First ball against Archer, just eases us through cover point for a single. And we'll be happy with singles from here, that's for sure. Seeing a replay of a drop catch would have been a really fantastic chance from Liam Dawson. There's a couple have just evaded the England fielders, but when you consider it's spin that's posed the real threat, and Sri Lanka have a few of those themselves, this could be a Nip Tucker as Archer is in again, short, and pulled by Shanaka. No great power or timing, and it slips as well at the non-striker's end, and that's to send back Hasaranga. Wild throw from the boundary. Butler can't take it. But Phil Sort's apologising for the throw. It's backed up by Liam Dawson. That's the end of over number 15. So we've got 2 overs remaining in the innings. Sri Lanka 125 for 6, and they'd certainly take 160 from here, Chiefs.
Yeah, definitely. I think, England go for less than 10 and over in these last 2. They'll be happy with their work. Sri Lanka just trying to get as much as they can. Harry Brook turns to Sam Curran. I thought he would do, but this is their plan, I reckon, leading into the World Cup, where he'll be bowling at the back end. They want to improve on those figures. He's gone for 35 from these 2. But this is where he comes into his own a little bit, and the one thing you got to love about Sam Curran, he's always up for a battle.
He is indeed. Saw that even at the end of his last over, which was expensive. 1 ball to go. Didn't look like a bowler that was, letting his confidence take a beating as the ball was. And that final ball also went the distance. He just keeps going. He wouldn't back against him taking a wicket or 2 in this over. He's in now, slow delivery. It's on the pads, and Shanaka runs this first one very quickly. There's a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end, but both Hasaranga and Shanaka could see the opportunity for 2, and that's what they got. 127 for 6.
The bowling just trying to fire it in there. And Sam Curran with the line. Jacob Beff on the boundary. Yeah, definitely Hasaranga is the end to go for. Turned a little bit like the QE2. Had to get his the old fast feet on.
On the pads again, and Shanaka targeting the boundary square of the wicket. He's through the shot too quickly, and it comes off the pads in the end. So decent start to Curran's 3rd over. 128 for 6, Sri Lanka. 10 balls left of the innings. Not 10. Yes, 10. Doubting myself. Curran ready. And he's in over the wicket. This is an on-off stump and driven shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end from the fielder. And Hasaranga would have been well short, but the ball misses by quite some distance. And actually there was just a threat of overthrows there.
And as a bowler, you're happy. You're just going for a single. And penultimate over. Definitely happy with that.
Yeah, Hasaranga would have been out by quite some distance, but Harry Brook didn't come close to connecting there. Curran is in again. Down the track and caught by Brook. Just on the edge of the circle at mid-off. Shanaka targeting the long-off boundary. Couldn't quite get the connection, and Sam Curran does pick up a wicket in his 3rd over. Sri Lanka 129 for 7 now. 8 deliveries left in their innings.
Yeah, good from Sam Curran. Trying that slightly wider out of the hitting arc. Unable to get it over the skipper, Harry Brook, who's on the 30-yard circle at mid-off. Safe pair of hands. And Shanaka has to depart for 20. 16 balls faced. Sri Lanka 129 for 7. Live here on TalkSport 2.
Yep, Shanaka walks off with a shake of the head. Sounds getting involved. Good crowd for what day is it today? Tuesday, Friday night? Friday night in Candy. Where else would you be? Rather be than in the cricket ground Pallekele. Second T20 will be Sunday afternoon, so again we're expecting another good crowd there. Somebody's brought in the baby. He's asleep on mum's shoulder. So I love about watching cricket in and around Asia and the subcontinent. All the generations that rock up, don't they? Curran continuing. Might pick up 2 here. 2-2 for Sam Curran. Tikshana first ball has holed out. Jamie Overton just had to take a couple of paces in from the long on boundary, settles under the opportunity, takes the catch, and Alex Tudor, dare I say it, Sam Curran's on a hat-trick.
Listen, this is why, you know, you got to have a little bit about you. You've been put around the place in your first two and you come back, and this is what can happen. You can either go to the boundaries or you can pick up a little 2-3 for, as you say, as soon as it goes out to Jamie Overton, he's got absolute bucket as hands and he's not going to drop that, and he's 2 for 2. Tikshana has to depart. First ball. I'm
looking forward to seeing Mahesh Tikshana later on today. It's a shame he didn't bowl in the ODIs, but certainly a bowler that has more than proved his worth in the circuit, IPL, Sri Lankan cricket, white ball cricket around the world for the last few years. So I'm sure that won't be the only time we see him today, but his stay with the bat has been a short one. And Sam Curran is on a hat-trick. It's Paturana facing the right-handed Sri Lankan number 10. And Curran just making sure his field is where he wants them to be.
A lot of bowlers love to bowl sometimes at the back end. Your hero or villain? Certainly the hero at the minute. Sam Curran
on a hat-trick, targets off stump, and Sam Curran gets the hat-trick. Paturana stepping away, exposing all three. You miss, I hit, and Sam Curran has turned things around. Smiles all around. Brendan McCullum, Southey. He's getting high fives from his teammates. The crowd are on their feet. And Sam Curran has just picked up 3 wickets in 3 balls. Sri Lanka now 129 for 9.
Well, that's fantastic. It's not often you see it. And Sam Curran puts himself in there with many. Absolutely perfect when you're going for a Yorker. Get it up there, bowl it with good pace, bowl it straight, bowl into the lower order. You get it right, he's going to miss, especially as he's trying to get on with it. And he's gone. First ball, Sam Curran hat-trick, absolutely phenomenal from the young man. Good bounce back.
How can you go for 35 runs from 2 overs and then get a hat-trick?
That's the game, Johnny. That's the game. And as a bowler, as I said, you've got 6 deliveries where you can do something. You can bowl an absolute shower, but then you can come back. And that's why the difference between the mentality as a batter and the mentality as a bowler. If you bowl a bad ball, just shrug your shoulders. Yeah, I bowled a bad ball, get back with it. He's now got 3 for 38. Everyone forgets about the first 2 overs, and all we're going to be talking about is that hat-trick.
Well, Sri Lanka have lost 8 wickets for 53. Jamie Overton to bowl the final over, targets the stumps, and Hasaranga will be... Well, he's going to get 6. He's going to hit the Toblerone. Nobody out at wide, long off. And Hasaranga has just smoked Jamie Overton's slower ball to the boundary. It's given us 4. We might see that one again. I feel like it hit the boundary on the flush there. Let's have a look, shall we?
He's gone for that slower ball again, like an off-cutter. 74 miles an hour, Hasaranga deep in his crease. Looks like mid-off must be in. It's a safe shot.
Whoa, leg stump goes for a walk, and Jamie Overton has followed up with a perfect riposte. Hit for 4, first ball, takes out leg stump second, and Sri Lanka, incredibly, didn't even bat out all their 17 overs. 16.2 is all they lasted. Overton picks up his second. England's bowlers have been fantastic. After a fast start for Sri Lanka, they were 50 for 1 after 5 overs. They've been bowled out choose for 133, and England in a great position to go on and win the first of 3 T20s.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. If you just take away those 2 overs from Sam Curran, they bowled well as a unit. As you said, Jofra Archer, come on, bowled extremely well, apart from when he got hit for that 6. He bowled his first 2 overs with good pace, with good control. And then obviously the spin twins in Rashid and Dawson, with all their experience and all their know-how, but with a lot of common sense. And they got 5 wickets between them. And as you said, Sam Curran coming on, mopping up the tail, getting a hat-trick. And then Jamie Overton, big strong Jamie Overton, clean bowling Hasaranga at the end, leg stump out of the ground, always a great sight for any fast bowler. And they bowled them out, always good. Sri Lanka not able to bat their full allotment of 17 overs. Great effort from the England team.
Only the 81st T20 international hat-trick. Gary Morgan with that stat. And you've got to go back to earlier this month. Shamar Springer for West Indies against Afghanistan in Dubai. So there you go. Great stuff from England. I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. There were doubts we'd get any commentary for you at one stage. But here we are. Sri Lanka been bowled out, 133. I'll just run through the scorecard. Nisankara Mishara getting Sri Lanka off to a good start with Kusal Mendis. Mishara went for a 9-ball 16, but Nisankara and Mendes combined well. 76 for 2 when Nisankara was dismissed, and from that point onwards it was all England. Sam Curran had been expensive. England opening up with a couple of overs from Archer, one from Overton and one from Curran. Dawson bowling the 5th over of the power play, but it was Dawson and Rashid. 2 wickets to Dawson, 2 for 31 from his 4, 3 for 19 from Adil Rashid. And once they were bowled out, Jamie Overton, Jofra Archer, who actually didn't take a wicket today, and Sam Curran, who picked up a hat-trick in his final over after going for 35 from his first 2, wrapping things up. Right, we'll be back very shortly here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel with England's run chase. They've been set 134 to win. Okay, so it's been quite a first innings, 133. If you're just joining us, you can hear how that first innings sounded on TalkSport 2.
Well, the news from the centre is that England have won the toss. They're going to have a ball.
The first delivery, and that's hit high by Mishara, and it's gone a fairly long distance, landed a good 20 yards back. So 6 of the first ball. And this should be taken. It should be taken, yes.
Down the track. Oh, spanked. What a shot from Nisanko. And that's gone all the way for 6. Rashid, lots of loop. Top edge, and this should be caught by Joss Buttler behind the stumps. And this is wide, and Asalanka helps himself. There's a fielder out there. Takes the catch, and Asalanka's got to go.
Again, struck on the pad. They're very confident. This is hitting the middle of middle. So very good review by England.
It's raining wickets in Sri Lanka. They're a good combination, these two, aren't they? Dawson and Rashid. We're going to see a lot more of these. That's a bit flattered, just as I say that. And it's been clubbed over deep mid-wicket. Shanaka has just stepped away a touch and has helped this up and over deep mid-wicket for 6. Somebody is taking a fantastic catch there. I mean, that takes some work, doesn't it, when you're surrounded by a mob. Down the track and caught by Brook. Curran continuing. Might pick up 2 here. 2 in 2 for Sam Curran on a hat-trick. Targets off stump, and Sam Curran gets the hat-trick. Bowled out for 133 in England in a great position. Who decided on that music? I'm blaming Jack Hayton for that, surely. Yeah, welcome back to... So I listened to a bit. Yeah, welcome back. TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Here we are then for the run chase. Joss Buttler and Phil Salt walking out to the middle, just about to get underway. 134 is the target. England have got 17 overs to chase those runs down. Sam Curran with a hat-trick after going for 35 from 2 overs. Jamie Overton with wicket number 1 and wicket number 10. Liam Dawson 2 for 31. Rashid 3 for 19, and Geoff Archer, excellent times on his return to the England setup, have really restricted Sri Lanka, who got off to a beautiful start, 76 for 1 at the time Nasanka was dismissed, and from that point onwards it was all England. To talk you through the opening few overs, I'm pleased to say we can head out to Sri Lanka, Kandy, where it is dry, and Steve Harmison and Roshan Abisinga are waiting to pick up comms.
Thank you, John. And it is going to be Mahesh Theekshana coming on to bowl the first over. And straight away, 6! That is salt. He's in fact robbing salt into the Sri Lankan moon with a 6 of the first ball. And England are on their way.
Absolutely, just a little bit too short from Theekshana, and a powerful hit from Phil Salt. The line's just not quite right, is it? Length, he might get away with the length if it was a little bit straighter towards off stump, but he's just strayed onto leg stump or just outside, and it's an easy pick-up swivel from Phil Salt. Good start from England.
Well, they certainly mean business here. 6 of the first ball. They're after 134. They've got 17 overs left. Salt on strike. Theekshana comes in, and he is hitting it for 4. That's pitched up, and he bangs it through cover. 10 runs of the first 2 deliveries. England couldn't have asked for a better start.
Well, Theekshana was rested for the ODIs, I think. So, whether he was rested or he was left out, unfortunately. First ball towards the leg stump. Second ball outside the off stump, and England flying. I mean, Sri Lanka was 75 for 1 at the early point in this game, and all of a sudden England only need a run rate of 7.4 to win this game.
Theekshana it is. Salt, he's getting it fine, and 4. Well. What a start for Phil Salt. I saw him play in the Lanka Premier League, and I can tell you, when I saw him then, I really didn't think he is this good, with due respect, because he struggled. But looking at the way he's batting now, I think I told you, I was thinking more Tom Kohler-Cadmore. That was England's next man. But what a start by this man, Phil Salt. He's got 14 runs of the first 3 deliveries. You couldn't have asked for a better start as Theekshana comes in. And Salt is getting a good delivery, and in fact the first dot to the man at extra cover.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, Roshan. I think he struggled in the early part of his career against spin, and I think he worked very, very hard at that discipline, playing spin, especially in power plays, and I think he's not turned back since.
Waiting is the call as he punches it to mid-off. Another dot. Asalanka is the fielder.
He did a brilliant interview with Scott Taylor yesterday, talking about trying to keep it simple, and keeping the simple processes and the way he goes about early in his innings. And there, he's been given 2 gifts when it comes to from a delivery point of view. He's put them away and now given himself some confidence.
Here comes Theekshana, bowls the last ball of the over. Hit hard into the ground. It's a crowd's catch. It's taken at extra cover by Dasun Shanaka. It's 14 without loss at the end of the first over. Quick reminder, you're listening to TalkSport 2 and you're watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Well, Josh Butler's been standing at the non-striker's end now for 6 deliveries. He's had his pads on in the last 3 days and watched some unbelievable shots. I mean, he sat for the best part of a 2-hour period watching Joe Root and Harry Brook just completely blitz the Sri Lankan bowlers in the last 20 overs of the third ODI in Colombo. And there he's seen Phil Salt start with a 4, a 6 and a 4, and now Josh Butler's thinking, right, it's my turn now.
Yeah, it's going to be Matisha Pathirana, the slinger. Not so sure that he enjoys bowling with the new ball. He's someone who bowls in the middle. He goes at close to 9 runs and over. Best of 4 for 24. He's got pace. He can be very, very deceptively quick when he gets everything right. But he's got that awkward action. Short third, short fine leg is always very, very dangerous. With Matisha Patirana bowling pace on, deep backward point, deep square leg. Patirana comes in and bowls a ball of full length. And as I said, it goes past the outside edge. That was the perfect start for him. If he can land it around there, he has pace. There you are. That's what I'm talking about. A near 90-mile-an-hour delivery.
90-mile-an-hour delivery. Kusal Mendis is standing probably about 5 to 10 meters from the inner ring, the inner circle, and it's just knocked him clean off his feet, taking the ball just above his head, clean off his feet. What a delivery! First up, that was.
Well, from this part of the world in Kandy, as here comes Patirana and bowls to Butler, and he's got to get runs. He's got 4 of them. And is it off the pad or bat? The umpire is signalling leg by, but that is the quickest delivery we have seen in the game. 148.
Pace. That is pure pace. Not only just mentioning there, Josh Butler's waited 20 overs in the last game at Colombo and 6 balls from Phil Salt in this to get into the game. I mean, he didn't face anything like that at Colombo, and you didn't see anything in the first over. As the TalkSport listeners join us, we've got a bowler here who's bowling rapid, 92 miles an hour, that last delivery.
Here is Patirana bowls, and again well bowled. Very well bowled. That's slower, good 5k slower, but quick enough. 143.
Getting into the block hole. Sri Lanka was 75 for 1 at one point, bowled out for 133. The main story in that first inning. Sam Curran with a hat-trick. Started expensive, come back brilliantly. 3 for 38 off his 3 overs. Sri Lanka, other than Kusal Mendis, capitulated. Unfortunately, in that middle overs, and England took full advantage.
Patirana bowls a full toss. Oh! That bounced awkwardly for Kusal Mendis, who did extremely well to take it. Good keeping by the wicket keeper, but that missed everything because that was pace on again. Butler was done for pace. It landed about a foot or two in front of Kusal Mendis, who again was completely deceived off that turf as the ball hit it. And luckily he had both hands or both gloves. He is bowling quickly. He is really bowling with pace on.
Kusal Mendis has done unbelievably well to stop that. It's gone above the stumps. A full toss above the stumps.
Where is this delivery? Will this be called a wide? Yes, it is confirmed wide by the umpire. But it's a very encouraging over from a Sri Lankan point of view. Again, 92 miles an hour.
Yeah, good pace. I think, if I was the captain coming up to the bowler, I'd be saying, just all I'm bothered about is pace. I need you to bowl as fast as I possibly can. That's how we open this game up. We've got to get big wickets. Don't be bothered about line and length. Bowl as fast as you possibly can. Try and upset the England batter's rhythm and keep bowling fast.
Here comes Matisha Patirana. Slip in, bowls, and nicely played by Butler. Just waiting for that one. Just pushed it away down towards deep third. Had time to play it because came off a little bit slow off the pitch, but nothing off the not slow off the hand. 144 off the hand.
Good pace again, isn't it? I mean, he's bowled. I think his slowest delivery in this over has been 88 miles per hour. This is what Sri Lanka need. Sri Lanka need wickets. They need wickets in the power play. No bigger wicket than Josh Butler. Phil Salt's on strike, but it's been very, very good. It's always nice. I mean, the game changes when pace is involved.
It does. Last ball of the over. This is a good contest. Phil Salt, he's made 14 off 6. Slip in, short third, in fact a deep second slip, short fine leg. Patirana bowls and Phil Salt gets a good delivery, which he plays with respect. Second over comes to an end, and just 2 runs off it. That was pace off. 20 without loss in 2 overs. A quick reminder, you're listening to TalkSport 2 And of course, you're watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, dragged it back from Sri Lanka. Dragged it back really well apart from the first 3 balls. You know, first 3 balls of this contest went for 14. So 6 off the next 9. Good over there. Interesting to see if we go for another pace over. It looks like we're going for another pace on. This partnership's been very fruitful for England. You know, the best and the highest partnership from an average point of view in world cricket at this moment in time, in T20 cricket, averaging 54 between Bottler and Salt. 400 partnerships. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Rizwan Babar Azam, 800 partnerships. High quality from the Pakistan openers.
Malinga, Ishan Malinga comes in, and Butler gets 4. Pitched up on a length, and Malinga doesn't have the pace. That's 140, but we are talking about a bowler who's bowling at 148. That's 92, so that was Pathirana, so this was far more easier for Butler.
Easier for Butler, more of a convention action, you know, straight up and down, higher release point, a little bit of width on there. Pathirana is a little bit more sort of slingier, but a little bit more deceiving when it comes to trying to pick it up.
Malinga bowls, and it's 4. Well, the rub of the green going England's way. And the first one was a very good shot through extra cover. The next one, he was done off the pitch. The ball found the outside edge, and there wasn't anybody. 4.
No, nobody there. 1.5 second slip. And just look at this, Roshan. I think Tikshana is at short third, where the ball's gone past him at short third. If he was at second slip, he'd be similar distance from the bat. Not much, maybe he's a yard or 2 closer, and he would have took a catch comfortably.
Malinga comes in, slow delivery. 4, I think it is. Yes, timing is good. He's got 3 boundaries of the first 3 deliveries, and I don't think that the second boundary was a bad one. It was just that it was a good delivery and found the outside edge. But England are going at a very rapid pace.
Slower ball, pace off it. Josh Butler's picked it out the hand comfortably, seen the ball go a little bit higher than the normal trajectory, just waited a little bit, readjusted, and just eased it through the gap. Beautiful shot.
Malinga comes in, and oh no, that's 4 more. He's got 16 of the first 4 deliveries. Sri Lanka losing the plot, and I'm not sure whether they're confirming it's a 4. For a moment I thought they were looking at the height.
Yeah, I think they're still looking at. I still think they might be looking at the height. But Josh Butler came down the crease, so he came out of his crease. Whether that makes a little bit of a difference. I think they were asking if it was 4 or not, and whether the ball was above waist high. Do you know what? I think it's borderline.
Yeah, that's true, because he was down the pitch and it was also dipping, so he'll get away with it. But England are all over Sri Lanka at the moment. They have got off to a magnificent start into the 3rd over. 36 without loss. Malinga comes in, bowls, and bowled in! And Sri Lanka finally have got a wicket. And the crowd can roar. It was pace off from Ishan Malinga, and Butler, looking to force it away on the offside, has his stumps rattled. 36 for 1.
Josh Butler's come down the wicket. I think Josh Butler's thinking this is going to be full. He's thinking after the last delivery, this is going to be full. And he's been completely done by a great slower ball. He really has been done by a fantastic execution of a slower ball. The one before, the slower ball earlier in the over, was far too full. This one was driven into the surface. And a brilliant execution from Malinga. Butler goes for 17, England 36 for 1.
36 for 1, 1 ball to go. And it's Jacob Bettel coming in at number 3. So it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. Batted extremely well in that last limited over game, or the ODI game. But his innings was overshadowed because we did see a breathtaking 100. from Harry Brook, and another wonderful 100 from Joe Root.
Joe Root got 111 off 107 balls. Joe Root's innings was overshadowed as well, wasn't it? I mean, nobody really mentioned it other than the fact that he got player of the series.
Yeah, that's unfortunate and unfair because Joe Root batted so well. But I think that innings by Harry Brook was so special. I'm not so sure how many players could do that and play like that, and how many times Harry Brook could do that, because it was just outstanding, out of this world. Right, so the left hand on strike. Bethel, last ball of the over. Marlinger comes in with a slip and goes outside the off stump, and Bethel goes square down to deep cover for a single. 17 runs in that over, but more importantly, a wicket for Sri Lanka. 37 for 1 in 3 overs. This is TalkSport 2 and TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
17 off the over, another brilliant over from England. Put pressure on the bowlers early in the overs. First over, Salt had 14 off the first 3 deliveries. Butler there, 16 off the first 4 deliveries. Patharana bowled brilliantly in his first over, and he bowled with Pearce. Different test for Jacob Bethel. A different test, a different action, something different out your sort of eye line. A little bit more of a slingier action, and if you don't quite watch the ball closely, you could be done by just a little bit off-putting, as it normally would be if the release point was straight up and down. So he's got to be watchful. And the pace on the ball was in excess of 92 miles an hour.
Bethel on strike. Sri Lanka have just got 1 wicket, and England have got off to a flying start. 36 for 1 in 3 overs. It's going to be the left-handed Bethel. The batter dismissed was Butler, 37 in fact. It's a very deep and a wide slip, as here comes Pathirana. Bowls a ball of full length, and oh, beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? It was in the slot, in the zone, and what was Bethel doing? That was 92 miles an hour, but I wish I could describe the shot. I'll let Harmy do that, because it was so nice, just leant into it, and it was pure timing.
Elegance, that's what that was. There was a little bit of width outside of stump. Lovely touch of the toe down. Balance, perfect. Head position, fantastic. Rocking forward, just easing onto the weight onto his front knee and letting the bat come down. Beautiful, beautiful shot, middle of the bat. Jacob Bethel is off and running.
Yeah, the weight transfer was brilliant. As here comes Pathirana, bowls a full-length delivery, a full-length Yorker, and he keeps it out. Well, Dasun Shanak was just asking whether it was in line, but I think he got his bat down. He's just asking whether it hit straight. Yes, he's gone upstairs. But I'm just wondering whether there was bat involved.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of bat involved. It's hit the middle of his bat, but just whether has it flicked the toe on its way onto the bat. If it's clipped the toe, I think Jacob Bethel's in trouble. If it's hit the middle of the bat, well, then obviously he's not out. But as Jacob Bethel has fallen over a touch, the ball's full in length, and whether it's just clipped the toe. If it's clipped the toe, it's knocked him off his feet. If it's clipped the toe, I think he's in big, big trouble. But whether it's just hit the bat, I think it's all bat. I think his front foot, his front leg is out the way, and he's got the full face of the bat on the ball. And Jacob Bethel, yeah, it's hit the middle of the bat. I can understand why they went for it, because it did knock him off his feet, and I was wondering if it had clipped the front toe. Jacob Bethel has managed to get his right toe out the way and managed to get his bat on it. But another 92 mile an hour delivery. Patharana is on the money when it comes to bowling that full ball.
Yeah, Sri Lanka are desperate. They will look at every possible opportunity, and so that's why they went for that review, hoping against hope that it would be pad or boot first. Not to be, as Matisha Pathirana has his very customary approach as he leans forward, comes in and bowls the ball a full length and goes past the outside edge, or goes past the bat of Bethel as he was looking to force it through that extra cover area on the offside. That was 147. He's not short of pace.
Oh, some quick deliveries. Knocked Jacob Bethel off his feet. He really did. That last ball there. A little bit wider, a little bit fuller, a little bit wider. Jacob Bethel could just watch it go by. Try to guide it, but again, the ball, if it does hit the bat, it's going to go square with a pierce on it. Short third is, he's in a catching position there.
41 for 1. Butler in the balls. And short ball. Will this be called a wide? No, it's only 1 for the over, is it? So it is 41 for 1. 2 balls to go in the over. And it is time to join John Norman.
Thank you,
London.
Thank you, Roshan. Yes. Oh, what a start. 41 for 1 then. Phil Salt 14 from 7. Jacob Bethel 5 from 4. Paterana. Is this the first time you've seen him, Tudes?
Yes, I've not seen too much of him. I love what I see. I just love the different actions, you know. Everyone wants to try and get everyone to bowl up right, and no, this is what makes cricket exciting. I mean, geez, that is quick.
Well, not only is it quick, it's extraordinary. I don't know what the best view is. It certainly isn't for the batter, the wicketkeeper, or slip. Side on looks incredible, doesn't it? Just by the umpire, just watching his action. There's no chance he's coming through the English coaching system with that, is it? Here he is again then. Look at that field as well. I'll describe it in a minute. Playing a miss from Bethel. This is very wide and full, but it's fast and moving. And it's, so the keeper, Mendes, is quite far back behind the stumps. That was clocking 91 miles an hour. So he's bowling quicker than Jofra Archer. He's got this side slingy action. He's propelling the ball Yorker length, very full. It's moving, it's rapid, it's Malinga-esque. And then he's got this field where there's a very wide slip, and there's also kind of a leg slip, a wide leg slip as well. And he's in again. Oh, again he goes full. And Jacob Bethel, who did take a 4 early on in the over, he just misses this ball by quite some distance, and I think he's actually onto it a little bit early because it's a slower delivery, but it's still clocking 84 miles an hour. But because he's also bowling at 93 miles an hour, that's his slower ball, and he's deceived Jacob Bethel. All ends up, and Bethel's lucky not to have got an inside edge back onto the stumps, or indeed hitting him his boot on the flush on the full, or the base of off stump. Incredible. If only he had more than 4 overs to bowl.
Yes, it's exciting. I mean, you go around the world and you think of Jasprit Bumrah and now Pathurana. I mean, it's great. I love that as a coach now, and seeing that, and that's what you have to work with, because as you said, you try and mould bowlers sometimes into someone you think is a nice action and stuff like that. But it's what feels comfortable for the individual. And as you said, if he's propelling the ball at that pace, just let him loose. It's funny because he gets his hands ready like he's trying to bowl seam up. Well, I'll tell you one thing, with that action, he ain't in the seam. There's going to be pizzas all over that ball.
Okay, Malinga, who's picked up the 1 wicket to fall, but also got hit for 4 consecutive boundaries, and there'll be another couple of runs, and this is a problem for Malinga. Well, that was a very slow delivery, 117 kilometres an hour, which is 72 miles an hour. So 2 runs added to the score. England are 43 for 1. They need 130 to win this match, I think. I will just confirm that. 1 second, the scorecard's just disappeared. 134 to win the match. And they've got off to a quick start. They've lost the wicket of Butler, 10 balls 17. And Malinga is in, and this is just pushed up to long mid-off for a single. Phil Salt, 17 from 9. Jacob Bethel, England's number 3, is 5. So 90 needed from 76 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. All of this after Sri Lanka were bowled out in a rain-affected game and a rain-reduced game, 17 overs aside. They were bowled out in 16.2 overs. 76 for 1 at one stage, bowled out for 133. It was quite something to behold and to bring you here on TalkSport 2, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, as Malinga comes in again. This is picked up and just swatted to the boundary at mid-wicket. Beautiful shot that was from Jacob Bethel. The more traditional bowling style of Malinga, gratefully appreciated, and Bethel there staying very compact and still behind the crease, and then punching this really square of the wicket and over to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, strong base, get off me shot, which I'll call it. Class shot, wide of the deep mid wicket, executed beautifully by Jacob Bethel.
Here is Bethel again, steps away from the crease, and there's a play and a miss. No run. 86 needed from 74 balls then to get this T20 series off to a good start. England lost the first ODI, of course, a 6-match series. And back-to-back wins. ODIs 2 and 3. And now hoping to start this 3-match T20 series in good fashion. They picked a strong team, the strongest team. T20 World Cup starts at the weekend. Shorter delivery from Malinga, and again it's a slower ball, and Bethel's too soon on the shot. It wasn't that slow at all. It was around 85. I think it's just after watching Tatarana, everything looks slow.
Yeah, it's just he's just mixing up his pace really well. Ball before, sort of 70-72 miles an hour. That one it's just gripping, because the ball that got Butler, when I look back at it with Malinga, it just gripped. So you said it done him for pace. He's got through his shot far too early, but it just gripped like it held in the wicket.
Final ball of the over. This topped up and caught just inside the circle. Would like to see the speed of this. Bethel's got to go for 9. Sri Lanka strike again. And again, it's a slower delivery. Maybe just stuck in the surface. Bethel too soon on the shot. Popped up, caught. Bethel's got to go. England 48 for 2 after 5 overs.
Yeah, it's good bowling. As I said, Malinga he's mixing up his pace beautifully. Now you say Jacob Bethel wants to fill bat and ball, just playing far too far in front of him. Malinga's happy. As you said, they get another wicket. That's what they need. As you said, England not chasing too much. Jacob Bethel has to depart for 9. England now 48 for 2. Live here on Sky.
Live here on Sky. Well, I'm sure Brian Henderson is delighted by that.
The phone's ringing.
Well, you're not available for the next hour or so, but nearly there. You had one job, Tudes. At least you got the score right. Well, they do say dress for the job you want, not the job you've got. But you're commentating for the job you want, maybe. 48 for 2 then here on TalkSport 2, TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. And Tom Banton, who wasn't used, he came on as a substitute fielder at times for the ODIs. And he'll just wait at the non-strikers end. First ball then of the 6th over, 17 over game this, so the power play will just be one ball of this over. Short and low has been dropped. Hasaranga is furious. That's a wild throw in from the boundary as well. The umpire's got to duck out the way. Phil Salt has latched onto a short half tracker and pulled it straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket. It's gone in, it's gone out. And that could be a huge moment in this game, Alex Tudor.
I mean, it's an absolute long hop from Hasaranga. I mean, at this level, you shouldn't be dropping it. Yes, it has hit you and it's come extremely quickly. But once you set yourself and get your hands on it, you've got to be taking that. Phil Salt be disappointed he didn't dispatch that for 6. He had that much time.
Bit more flight there, Banton. Dropping forward, thick inside edge. Otherwise that would have been a big shout for leg before wicket. Gets off the mark first ball.
Just wasn't able to get the elevation to hit it for 6. It was flat. It was going extremely quickly. And he'll be disappointed with that. How costly can that be? Because we know how destructive Phil Salt can be. Chase this down very quickly.
This is an on-off stump, and Salt will take a single up to long on. It could be the moment in this innings, couldn't it? The ball didn't deserve a wicket. Kept very low, and almost he's pulled it. It's on straight to the fielder. It's Mishara out there. There's Banton cutting top of off stump line. He moves to 2. Phil Salt is 19. 52 for 2. Run scoring was certainly, it seemed at its easiest when pace was coming onto the board inside the power play. It was a spin which really dragged England back into this game. And Salt again will take a single up to long on.
In those catches, Johnny, at the beginning of a game when the coach is hitting flat and high catches 99 times out of 100, you're catching those. But with the intense pressure of the situation, take your eyes off the ball ever so slightly, and that could be the game.
And again, just signs that batting has become a touch more difficult. Banton, there's going to be a few nerves there. It's given an opportunity. Duckett out the side with a bruised right index finger, so Banton's in and can't rotate the strike on that occasion. England at the start of their innings, win probability, according to ESPN Quick Info, is around 85%. Now it's still favourites, but it's just dropped 73%. Required run rate from here, it's just pushing 7.5 and over. 8 wickets in hand, that seems fine, but of course 2 or 3 tight overs, a wicket or maybe even 2. You spin on the ball, crowd getting behind their team, then well, you never know, do you? England could do as Sri Lanka did and just lose wickets regularly. Sam Curran, by the way, you weren't with us for the first innings, picking up a hat-trick after going for 35 from his first 2 overs. So you just do not ever know, do you? It's Shanaka's brought himself on into the attack, and this is comfortable enough for Phil Salt. Just guided away, square of the wicket for a run. Do you think they're going to try and target Shanaka?
So they're going to be positive with anyone who comes on, pretty much. It's the way this England team played, especially in this format as well. They backed themselves. It was interesting, Johnny, after that drop catch.
Shanaka again, and this is Ariel going to pick up 4. Banton really threw his bat at this wide delivery, and third couldn't run round to cut the ball off. Quite go the ball where Banton intended, but behind square on the offside. A little bit thick, bit of a thick edge really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. He was trying to get it up and over, sort of cover, extra cover, getting a thick edge, slightly scrambled seam from Shanaka. But nevertheless, look in the book, as I always say, it says 4.
You still have books.
Some people do in the crowd, Johnny.
This is dabbed down to backward point where it's fielded, no run. Banton is 6, Phil Salt 21, 58 for 2. So look in the newspapers the next day, but
they don't do that either. CFAX. You just turn on CFAX. Kids won't know what that is.
Page 340.
There you go.
Hey.
Yeah, football was on 300.
300. No, that was the main sport page. 301, 302, 340. I think Surrey were 356. I'm not sure. Might be making that right.
You do that.
Push back to the bowler. No run. 58 for 2. 76 needed from 62.
I'm just going to go back to that drop catch. And Hasaranga, when he took his cap, he looked straight at the field in the fielder's eyes, where he didn't want eye contact whatsoever.
I'm not sure that really helps though, does it?
And that's what I wanted to say. It's like, instead of saying like get the next one, and that's what you say in the way you approach things.
And this is on-off stump. Banton calls for a salt through quickly for a single, and the field is pushed out. So there's a run there, but this is a decent over from Shanaka. Mixing up his pace. The line is consistent. It's just something in this pitch. And Sri Lanka is seeking to exploit it. Can Shanaka get out the over? Here we go. Football 302, cricket 340, snooker 380, and darts 370. Question Gary Morgan. Remember it well. Last ball of the over then. Shanika's in, and it's on the pads. And played fine. Phil Salt ran that first one so fast, but you can hear, just picked up on the stump mics, that Tom Banton wasn't going to call him back through. So single to end the over. 7 runs coming from Shanika's first over. England 60 for 2 here on TalkSport 2. 71 needed from 60 deliveries. So 10 overs to go, and the likes of Harry Brook and Sam Curran, Will Jacks. It's quite a few, right? It doesn't seem quite right that Sam Curran comes in ahead of Will Jacks, does it?
Listen, I mean, if he had his way, Sam Curran's coming in at number 4. That's where he bats normally in franchise T20 cricket, and he does it extremely well around the world. Obviously in this England side, just got to bide the time. But as you said, it sounds a bit, because obviously Will Jack would prefer to be in the first 2. But you're not going to budge those 2, are you? So as you say, you just take your opportunity, and when you get it, make sure you make hay.
Hasaranga about to bowl his second over. Saw Phil Salt drop badly in his first, and first ball's a dot ball. Fielded at short cover. The skipper, Hasu Shanika. There is again Hasaranga. No big turn. And Salt runs the first quick, but Banton isn't interested in running back to the danger zone, or danger end. 61 for 2. 73 needed. 2 balls shy of 10 overs to get them in. England with 8 wickets in hand. Sri Lanka bowled out for 133 earlier today on TalkSport 2. On the reverse is Banton. He's had enough, and he's taken 4 runs via backward point.
When you see these shots now, Johnny, it's just like just playing a sweep. It's just so normal now to see it, and Tom Banton plays this as well as anyone really. He's able to get the elevation, the power, 1 bounce to the vacant third. As you say, as a bowler, you're just tearing your hair out. You're thinking you've bowled a good delivery. Yep, all you can do is shrug your shoulders. Yep, it's a good shot. But he executed it so beautifully, and as a captain, you must drive you nuts. Where do I put the fielders? And then you put 2 behind square, and then he'll hit you somewhere else. And that's the skill of the current player, the 360.
And he goes again, does Banton, and he's got more on this. It's going to go all the way over backward point for 6. And that is phenomenal hitting.
He's enjoyed that, Johnny, hasn't he? He's gone, yeah, wasn't happy with the 1 bounce. I'm just now going to hit you for 6. Beautiful. I mean, the power you must have in your wrist to be able to execute that. Not only just to play the reverse, but to get the elevation and the power to clear the boundary. It's fantastic, isn't it? It's got to be, he must be some hockey in there in his younger years when he was at school.
Well, I remember bats being in this building. This is glorious. What a shot from Banton. Just stays deep in his crease and has smoked this delivery from Hasaranga. Absolutely smashed it over mid-wicket for 6. It's still going. I think it's just travelled over the London skyline. What a hit.
Yeah, fantastic. Getting his length completely wrong, Hasaranga. Giving him time to rock back. And as you say, these young players now, boundaries are just not big enough. Able to get up and underneath it to give it the elevation. And it's sailing 87 metres.
This time going to be fielded on the edge of the circle at cover point. Banton giving himself a little bit of room and cutting this powerfully. Times the pants off it, but goes straight for the fielder. Hasaranga's overs, well, I don't know which one you feel more aggrieved by, the over that saw the catch go down, or the over that's yielded, what was that, 17 runs. And Tikshan is now back for a bowl. He was out first ball, and his first over went for 14, so at some point this evening should pick up. England will be quite keen for that evening not to be today. Both batters now on 23. Banton 23 from 11, Salt 23 from 16. England 77 for 2. And they need a runner ball pretty much from here. With 8 wickets in hand, it's looking a little bit bleak for Sri Lanka, Tubes.
Yeah, always going to struggle against this England batting lineup.
Here is Tikshana. First ball is just, this is all Phil Salt's doing at the moment. Just pushing it up to long on and taking a single. Let's get a little bit of Sri Lankan viewpoint of the fun and games. It's Steve Harmison and Roshan Abhisingh.
Thank you, John. A bit of energy in John's voice. Seeing England take on Sri Lanka quite easily as this is knocked into the gap for a single. England just doing it a little bit too easily for Sri Lanka's comfort. Banton 24 of 12. Salt has been watching at the other end, some reverse sweeps, wonderful shots from Tom Banton, and this is nice. Tikshana bowls hit hard, but all just ricochets off the body of the fielder at short extra cover. That's the captain. So now it's 54-51, so it's almost a runner ball. England have brought it down, and this run rate, Harmy, has never been challenging for England.
No, never really been, especially after the first 4 or 3 deliveries.
Catches the call, but there's nobody there. It's gone for 4 as he gave himself a bit of room and pumped it over extra cover. So that's another boundary. England are marching along, almost unstoppable.
Yeah, England cruising now, really cruising. I thought Shanaka made a mistake when Banton first come in. He went to his seamers. I thought if he had gone to his spin bowlers then, first time in a while playing in this environment. He's new to the squad. New, obviously his first bat in Sri Lanka against the spin. Try and put him under pressure, but they give him 5 or 6 balls against the seamers to get an eye in and knock it about, and now he's been totally destructive.
Tikshana bowls, and the ball slightly short of a length, just nudges it away on the onside for a single. So it's a big over. They've got a boundary, they've got singles of almost every delivery, and well, Sri Lanka seem to be running out of options. They don't seem to know how to dismiss an England batter at the moment, as here comes Tikshana from the far end and driven down to deep cover. Only a single, and it's the end of the over. 9 overs done, and it's 86 for 2.
Comfortable for Sri Lanka, for England here. Drinks come onto the field, so Sri Lanka give themselves a chance to get into a huddle, regroup, give themselves a good talking to. 1 from the captain and 2 from each other. Give themselves a plan B, because at this moment in time, whatever they're throwing at England not only seem to have an answer, but they come back with another question towards Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka haven't got that answer when England are punching back. So Salt has been very watchful after them first 3 balls. He got 14 off his first 3 balls. He's now 26 off 19, but Banton was 7 off 7 balls. He's now 29 off 14 balls, and he's really took to the Sri Lankan slower bowlers and put Sri Lanka under pressure. And what could have been, I think, a catch out in the deep should have been taken. Phil Salt was the batter, and when you only get 133 inside the 17 overs, not only do you have to field inside the circle like demons, you have to catch everything. And unfortunately for Sri Lanka, they've just been slightly off it tonight, and I think they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, they've been punished, and I mean, you got to spare a thought for the Sri Lankan fan, because they've turned up in their numbers, they've trusted the team. We've seen they get off to a good start in that first ODI and lose a massive opportunity in the second. Completely dominated in the third, though Sri Lanka got close with getting over 300 and eventually losing by 50 odd runs. But now in this game, you could see that even on a rainy day when there was so much of rain, the fans just, they were very, very insistent on staying on, hoping that the game will start, and it did. 17 overs, expected a decent performance by Sri Lanka. I don't think it's about winning or losing. It's about making sure that Sri Lanka are, they get counted when they play. But this is, as you said, I mean, this is just one way. England are completely dominating them.
Yeah, they're dominating them, and it's about, from Sri Lanka's point of view, preparation, getting ready for what is going to be a festival of cricket in Sri Lanka. We've got a T20 World Cup coming up, and there's a lot of games in Sri Lanka, so they'll be wanting to go through the gears. And there's been positives. Pathirana, who I think bowled with great pace, fantastic pace. Mendes showed glimpses, flashes with the bat, and Nishanka started quite well. So there are some slightly positives, but from that first 50 over contest, from then England have really not let Sri Lanka settle, and England have been quite dominant. From a fan's point of view, I think they've been entertained. They were royally entertained in the third game at Colombo, and in this game so far, I think they've been entertained because England have bowled quite well. You've seen good pace from Archer, a hat-trick from Curran, and glimpses of Salt and Butler. But unfortunately for Sri Lanka, they just haven't had that counter-punch to come back.
Matisha Pathirana coming in. Salt on strike. And he hits it down to long on and just short of the fielder. That's Dhananjay Silva, who ran in from long on. Tried hard to make a catch out of it, but just couldn't make it because it fell just short of him. That time Pathirana not giving him the pace he was looking for. Brings Banton, or was it Banton who's on strike, or is it Banton now on strike?
Yeah, Banton's on strike now. He was clothed by Phil Salt. Didn't quite get to Dhananjaya, but it was a good effort nonetheless. He's come running in, not sure where to dive or to try and get in front, and he managed to get good hands on it.
Pathirana comes in, goes, and taken! That is an outstanding catch! That is a truly magnificent catch. Well, Sri Lanka need catches like that to be taken, and that's what Charita Salanka does. He provides with a truly magnificent catch. Why do I say it's magnificent? Because it was hit with a lot of power. It was pitched up, two-handed, and very well taken.
Brilliant. I mean, you'll not see I don't think you'll see a better catch in this series. Possibly you'll see a better catch in this World Cup coming up. That is flown to the to extra cover. I mean, it's been pitched up. It's a half volley. Tom Banton standing there, deliver, bang, flashed at it, an extra cover. What a catch! It's gone about 3 foot all the way along the deck. It's not dipped at any point, and it's taken beautifully, two hands to the right. What a catch! Tom Banton's innings was just starting to get going and be dangerous for Sri Lanka. 29 off 15. Asalanga produces a fantastic catch. Do you know what, Pathirana, he deserves that because I think he's bowled very, very well, and he's now got his just rewards.
He certainly has. He's bowled with pace. He's mixed it up. The first spell, pace on. Now he's mixing it up. Mid off inside the circle. The captain, Harry Brook, fresh from his heroics in that last ODI game where the world stopped virtually. He made the world stop with the way he batted.
He made the world stop, I think. Yeah, he was. Some of the hits, some of the sixes over extra cover were. I mean, as a bowler, it wasn't fair.
Depressing. He's on strike to Pathirana, who comes in. Brook gets a delivery just outside the off stump, and it's got so much of time. And they're coming back for two. This is brilliant running. Really good running. That was 144. And the way Brook played it, he just waited for it. Had the time to play. The only thing that was in his favour besides the pace is the width.
Yeah, slightly wider, but Harry Brook was in full control of where he was trying to hit it. And he knew there was two just seeing the catch again. It was a great diving effort. Made more of a great effort because sometimes they pop out when you hit the floor because you've got to dive. Whichever way you dive and he dived to his right, did Lanka, and the velocity that you're hitting the deck with, the floor with, sometimes it pops out. But Harry Brook there, first ball, 2 runs.
It beats him. That went through quickly, and Harry Brook playing inside the line. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. Sri Lanka will regret the fact that they don't have enough runs on the board. I mean, in hindsight, it's easy to say that, but they need 45 or 44. Ideally, had they, had about another 20 runs to this?
Yeah, well, when you look at it, I think at 129 for 6 when Sam Curran came on to bowl, there was at least 2 overs left, but even when Archer bowled the over before, I think there were 112, 113. You're thinking 3 overs to go, get 30.
It's a short ball, he's not in control, but it's going to fall short, well short. It rushed in. I don't think Harry Brook knew much about it. That was 91 miles an hour. That was really onto him quickly. It's worth taking a look on the slow motion. Yeah, he wasn't in control of that shot at all.
I mean, that looked like a tail-ender shot. It really did. I mean, I would have been proud of that as a world-class number 11 myself. I mean, that's not the shot of a batter who just got 136 off 66 balls, and that tells you how quick Pathurama's bowling and how aggressive he's hitting the surface with. Brook had no idea what was going on there.
Right, the 1 ball to go. Salt just gathering his thoughts, just moves away a little bit, comes back. England need 44, 43. Last ball of the over. It's Atisha Pathurana coming in. That's a wide down the leg side. It be confirmed as a wide, so he's bowling with good pace, but that time a rare bad delivery down the leg side. Is generally up and around that off stump, but this was sliding down the leg side.
I just wonder if he's thinking Phil Salt was going to come at him there. Short ball the one before, whether Phil Salt's thinking, right, he's going to go full, and because he's gone full, Phil Salt might come out of his crease, and the bowler follow him, but unfortunately the bowler's not been able to adjust his line from the short ball.
That's a nasty one. That's a nasty one. Oh, it's called a wide.
I thought that was the right call. I thought that was high.
Yeah, but that had pace. That really had a lot of pace. That surprised not just the batter, but also Kusal Mendes. It hit his gloves quite hard. Well, we're getting a look from square leg, or at least from the square leg camera, and that's clearly well over the head, so that's a good call by the umpire.
Keep going there, keep going short, be aggressive. The game's, you're behind in the game, you might lose the game, but especially when Harry Brook's on strike, if you get another over, Pathurana gets another over, go aggressively at Harry Brook. Bowl 90 mile an hour, bowl at his chest, bowl at his head. Take a couple of blows with him.
Pathurana comes in bowls, and he squeezes it out. Good Yorker. It's a good follow-up delivery with a short ball and then going full. And 10 overs. I think it's 10 overs now. Or yes, 10 overs. 93 for 3. You're listening to TalkSport 2, and you're watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
I think if Harry Brook's on strike next over, and the bowling from the commentary box end, I think I'd go with Pathurana again and be aggressive, especially at Brook, and say, right, I'm not gonna give you a chance to get your hands free. I'm gonna bowl short in and around where the England badge is on your chest or the England badge is on your helmet, and really it's not a statement of it, but it's a statement of intent, and go aggressively like that. Sri Lanka needs something to give themselves a lift, to give themselves an injection. If England just carry on where they're going, they're going to win the game with 10 balls to spare comfortably. But give them a challenge. Go hard at England. And I think you can do that with 6 balls to go, 90 mile an hour, and bowl in an aggressive manner.
Hasaranga, none for 22 in 2. Salt on strike. He knocks it into the gap. He runs the first run hard. He wants to, and he gets to. That's brilliant running. That's one thing about England. They're very fit, and they've shown a lot of good intent in that running between the wickets. And yes, it was 2, but the way they made the 2. I mean, Harry Brook was well in at the non-striker's end. Yes, he's comfortably in. Brilliant running.
Yeah, it was great running, but also great batting as well. It wasn't full-blown hit. Salt knew what he was doing.
Hasaranga tosses it up, and Salt just leans into it and drives it down to long off. On the bounce is a throw, so now it's Brook versus Hasaranga. This is a good contest. We do know both players are world class. We talk about how good Harry Brook can be on his day. Hasaranga has won many games for Sri Lanka, has really been a magician sometimes with the way he bowls. The mix he has. He's been a match winner, both match winners in their own right. Let's see. It's Brook who brushes some dirt off the pitch. As here comes Hasaranga. Gives it very well bowled. He didn't know much about it. That was in the mid-80s. That was cleverly bowled.
Harry Brook was brushing dirt off the pitch. He did not pick that at all. He played that Hasaranga delivery off the pitch. And unfortunately for Hasaranga, it's just like Adil Rashid did at the last couple of balls he bowled. Just missed off stump with a googly.
Hasaranga, Brook on the back foot. Gets hit on the pads with an inside edge that time. But I think the good thing Brook's trying to do is going to play him with a very straight bat, not a horizontal bat. So gives him the chance to try and make sure that he gets bat on ball. That's another wrong one. At least that was 2 balls ago, which we had on the screen here as Hasaranga bowls on the leg stump, and only a single.
It's a better over from Hasaranga. He's been expensive. Been expensive as Hasaranga. He's been very, very expensive in the last ODI, and then here, the first 2 overs.
Well, he bowls a dot, and he finishes over number 11 with a very respectable 4 runs only. He's none for 26 in 3, 97 for 3 after 11. It's you're listening to TalkSport 2, watching us on TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Better over from Sri Lanka, 4 from it. England's required rate's only just over, fraction over, 6 and over. Very comfortable at this moment in time. Sri Lanka need a spark. They need something different. They need a bang-bang, a Sam Curran. So much a hat-trick, but 2 wickets in and over to give England something to think about. England are just coasting along nicely. Brook and Salt going comfortably. Salt, after the power play, he's just knocked the ball into the gaps, run hard, run 2. He's been a very, very watchful, but first outing in Sri Lanka. And so far for Phil Salt, 31 off 24 balls, has been very good.
And 134 looking very insignificant at the moment. It's Teaksana bowling the first delivery to Harry Brook, who's been quite watchful, I must say, restrained. 4 of 7. But Salt at the other end, 31 of 24. Teaksana starts off with a dot. Comes in again off a few paces. Harry Brook wants to. They run hard. They'll be happy with 1. That time it was Kamil Mishara who ran in quickly. Kept them down to a single. So 98 for 3. The spinners gradually getting their act together. Teaksana has bowled 2 deliveries for 1 run. We've had a good over from Hasaranga. And Salt on strike. Here comes Teaksana. And he drives. Doesn't find the gap. Instead he finds the man at short extra cover. So Sri Lanka going through an important phase. They're building dots. 4th ball of the over. Here is Teaksana coming in. Oh, that is dismissed from his presence, and he gets a 6. The 100's up. It's 104 for 3. as we join John Norman.
Thank you very much, Roshan. Yeah, what a way to bring up 3 figures. And England now within 30 runs of winning this first T20. They've got bags of time to get those runs and wickets in hand as well. One set batter at the crease, and Harry Brook, who starts his innings like he is a set batter, at the other end. 11.4 overs in. 30 needed from 32 then. And Phil Salt has been there from the start. Choose, this has been fantastic. We've seen some good bowling. Fantastic catch to dismiss Banton, by the way, 29. Tikshana in, and this is crunched away by Phil Salt, past the fielder, diving at extra cover, can't prevent the run. This is a football match. I'd get to that point when I'd turn to you and say, so who's your player of the match then, Tudes? And you'd say, well, you know, game's still alive, a lot could change from here, but if it stays as it is, where you going? One of the bowlers, I imagine. Tikshana again, pushed to extra cover, no run.
You know me, Johnny, I'm always going bowler. Be out of the spinners, and I think I'll go with Adil Rashid.
Yeah, thought you might. 4 overs, 3 for 19.
Thought he was brilliant. Control, just that ability to get that ball above the eye line. Still in this modern game where the boundaries are small, he still backs himself. That control, and the captain Harry Brook can always turn to him. Either give me control or get me wickets. He can do both.
Fair. Now one of the Sri Lanka bowlers might take 5 wickets in 6 balls, turn the game around. You can change your mind, but yeah, I'll go with that. I mean, all the bowlers performed well. Even Jofra Archer, who didn't, and was the only bowler not to pick up a wicket. Curran was expensive from his first couple, but then came back to take that hat-trick. There's a couple of pieces for Overton and Dawson. Hasaranga is in. And just chopped down the ground for another run from Phil Salt, who moves to 39 from 28. And that is the top score in the match so far, and almost certainly will remain the top score with 28 needed from 29 deliveries. Hasaranga bowling his final over of the innings. On the reverse is Brook. He's got this up and over the infield. It's going to head off to the boundary. And there's a little rueful smile on the face of Hasaranga because Brook didn't quite get this. It was a little top edgy. And it's got 4 runs to the score.
I just say they see a lot of footage. They most probably know that Hasaranga bowls a lot of googlies. And they feel it's a safe shot as long as that right leg, when they're playing the reverse, comes out. It's covering off stump. They feel that it's an easy shot to get it up and over third. Couple of bounces for 4.
Down the track, inside edge saves Brook from a certain stumping. Ball flies past leg stump, fielded at short fine. A little bit of fortune favouring the brave there. Brook moves to 10.
Yeah, Hasaranga done him in the flight. It's the googly again. Done him all, ends up got a thick inside edge, going to short fine leg.
On the pads, clipped through mid-wicket for another single. Salt moves to 40 and he'll come back for another. 41 to his name. It's been quite low-key for Phil Salt, and he's still going at a strike rate of 140.
Yeah,
he's complete control of his game, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. You know, you don't want to be a one-trick pony that he's, you know, he gets to 100 off 50 balls or so. The situation has called for this.
Again, single taken to long off from the bat of Phil Salt, and moves to 42. He's done really well today, isn't he? He's been more than happy just to. It's not a big run chase, right? So he doesn't need to do anything crazy. He's still there. He just needs to be there. When the ball's there to hit, pulls it powerfully to the boundary. Otherwise, just knocks it down the ground. Takes a single. This leg spinner from Hasaranga, and Brook leans back and just pulls this to wide, long on for a single. That's the end of the 4 overs that we're going to see from Hasaranga today. without a wicket, gone for 36. England need 19 from 4 overs.
Yeah, you just feel that's going to be the diet, especially in Sri Lanka. You know, I don't think you're going to see too many scores above 200 in the competition, because spin's going to play a massive part. So I think the way that he's gone about it, Phil Salt, you know, he got off to a flyer, then he got to 14 in the first three deliveries, and then he's just bedded in and just batted. And you say 42 from 30. He's looked really good. Just looks more mature as a batter. I think he's his 51st game T20 cricket for England now. Feels secure within himself, within inside the team.
Harry Brook then, just a couple of days since enjoying ODI series success, and it's Patarana steps away from the wicket and steers this, times the pants off it straight to Lanka, just inside the circle. He fields well, collects on the full, throws the ball towards the non-striker, no run. No striker wicket, that is, not the no striker batter.
Well, as you said, just showing the bowler his stumps, bowler going at him, and as you said, he's timed it beautifully. Lanka there, short cover, a good stop. The timing of that was beautiful though. Just use the pace, don't have to overhit it, just punch it.
Patarana again, this is shorter, stepped away again does Brook, and he's picked out the fielder who puts down an absolute dolly, running in from deep cover. That is poor from Sri Lanka. It's Nasanka out there. Patarana deserved another wicket. He applauds, and that's good to see from Sri Lanka, because they're not shy of chastising their own fielders when something goes wrong. Saw that in the third ODI, mix up out on the field with a run out, and earlier today with Hasaranga angry that Mashara put one down, but the youngster just applauding the effort, but it was poor from the fielder, and this is clubbed down the ground, and he's going to reach the boundary as well. Dhananjaya De Silva can't run around from long on, but 2 drops in the outfield have really cost Sri Lanka today. Both should have been taken, and England making them pay. 120 for 3.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed. Not difficult chances. Look, no one attempts to drop a catch on purpose. Might be just a concentration thing, but the dolly's really at this level, and you need to take them, especially when you're defending a small total. You need to be taking his chances.
14 needed, and this again is fired full, and Phil Salt moves across towards off stump, and this is possibly missed leg stump by about 3 inches.
Yeah, I think a good call from the umpire. I felt like I heard something as well. I've got a thin edge on it going through to the keeper. We're looking at the drop catch again from Nasanka. He really should be taking that. But really good from the bowler though. As you said, I don't know if Hasaranga would have been as complimentary, telling him unlucky.
Wasn't, was he?
No.
Short this time, and a slower delivery. Phil Salt kind of bends it out the way of the ball and realises he's got time to dab it down to third, but misses, and goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, really good bowling, trying to mix it up. As you said, the skipper turning to Patarana to try and come in and try and get a wicket. He looks most dangerous to do so. But as you said, he needs a Sam Curran type of over. He needs a hat-trick. Needs something to happen.
Oh, he's gone again, full, and Phil Salt moves across the stumps again, misses leg stump. There's a smile on the face of the bowler, and there's just a little word. Wide wasn't called there. They're not having a chat about leg before there. What? There's a conversation there. Shoots.
Yeah, I think he just sort of brushed the pad, but he definitely asked the question. I think he's thinking about where did it strike him. As you said, Phil Salter's gone across to his stumps, trying to expose that leg side. Missed it with the back, flicked his pad. Or was it outside the line? That is the question.
You're begging there. 120 for 3, and they're not begging because they've not gone upstairs. 120 for 3 then here on TalkSport 2. 14 runs needed from 18 deliveries, with Harry Brook 12 not out. He was dropped badly in the deep, as was Phil Salt, who's moved on to 46 from 34. Would this game have been any different if those chances had been taken? Well, the Brook one probably came too late in the piece, but certainly if Phil Salt had been dismissed shortly after Jacob Bethel went, England would have lost 3 wickets for the addition of just 12 runs. And maybe, but we will never know. Truth be told, a target of 134 should be reached more often than not, and England very close to victory here in the first T20 of 3. And we're bringing you on TalkSport 2. Harry Brook set to face his opposite number, Shanaka, the Sri Lanka T20 captain. Split captaincy across the white ball teams, with Charith Asalanga overseeing the 50 over game, as Harry Brook will stay exactly where he is because he's just got an outside edge, genuine outside edge. It's on the move drive to a ball that has hit 100 kilometres an hour, that's 62 miles an hour, and it's fielded at well, what position would you say that was? Would you say short third? It was quite a deep, wasn't slip, was it?
Yeah, deep third slip, maybe.
Deep, very wide, deep slip.
Yeah.
Short, pulled in front of his nose by Harry Brook. Sets off quickly for the first, and he's going to come back. Oh, and almost trips over. He moves to 14. 12 needed from 16. The crowd just quietened down now. They're starting to make their way back out the ground. Good crowd in tonight. Should be a decent one on Sunday as well for the second T20, which gets underway in the UK at 1:30, rain permitting, in the afternoon. Our coverage on TalkSport 2 will begin at 1 p.m. And England looks set to be 1-0 up with 2 to play, as this is pushed out through vacant point for a single. And Harry Brook moves to 15. England need 11.
What I like about that shot, not that one that Harry Brook, the one before with the pull shot, kept it down. You know, before, vulnerability, sometimes the bowlers go after him because he just tries to hit it up and obviously goes for 6. And again, knowing the dimensions, if it's slightly bigger, get your hands up and over it, hit it down.
This is Fuller, and Salt goes towards long on, and the fielder runs in and takes the catch. Like to see the speed of that delivery. Very, very slow. Yeah, 62 miles an hour again from Shanaka, and that's to see Phil Salt, who's got to go. Well, that is a match-winning knock. 46 from 35. Another score of note. But Sri Lanka have picked up their 4th wicket now. England 123 for 4.
Yep, Phil Salt, he'll be disappointed because he most probably wanted to see it home. Get a little 50-odd not out. But 46, nevertheless, good innings. As he says, it's all preparation for the bigger picture, which is starting next week, and he has to depart for 46. England 123 for 4. Good bowling from Shanaka. It's a slower ball back of the hand.
Yeah, he's not the quickest of bowlers, is he? And then when he does that back of the hand slower delivery, he's pushing the kind of speeds that you see spinners bowl these days, right? 100 kilometres an hour. That's, in fact, Tikshana bowls in and around that speed with his carom ball, Ajanta Mendes kind of approach. So 11 needed from 14. Phil Salt's gone for 46. It's just started to rain in Kandy. That'll come too late to save Sri Lanka though. England well ahead of Duckworth Lewis, and it's Shanaka is in, and this is driven back past the bowler by the left-handed Sam Curran. Kisses the stumps, or blows a little air kiss towards the stump at the non-striker's end, and it's fielded by Wellalage, who's on the field, not playing tonight, the slow left armer, who can pretty handy down the order as well. He may well get a game at some point over the course of the next 2 matches. But for now, it's England who need 10 from 13, and hopefully the umpires will keep them out there. England, as Harry Brook will take a single, as forward as square, and the rain is starting to come down quite heavy now. Little look up towards the umpires. Yeah, it looks like they're going to take the players off. Harry Brook look over his shoulder. That might well be it for the night. Rain coming down quite heavy now, with England needed 9 to win from 12. Umbrella up from the third umpire as he makes his way out onto the field, or the fourth umpire. 125 for 4. And Alex Tudor, well, even if they do come out tonight, I think that England can look back at the job well done.
Yeah, it's been a good workout, as I said. I think on the bowling side of things, they bowled extremely well. If you just take away those 2 overs from Sam Curran, which cost him 35, but he came back well, and that's what I love about him. He's always up there for a fight. He doesn't shirk away from hard work, and he ended up getting a hat-trick, and that's what we'll speak about. And then with the batting, as you said, got off to a good start. Butler and Salt, and then obviously Joss went, and then Bethel came in, and then Tom Banton, who looked really good, but it took a sensational catch from Lanka, low to his right, skimmed really at cover to see him go. And as you say, Harry Brook just going about 16 from 18, Sam Curran in 1 from 1 as the heavens open up. And as you rightly said, Johnny, we most probably will not see any more cricket tonight, but a job well done. And that's what you got to do. Win matches, give you confidence, knowing that you're playing on surfaces that's going to replicate during the World Cup. And I think they'll be happy with their night's work.
Andrew McKenna sent me the Duckworth Lewis chart for this match, which was very good of him. And it did seem like the scoreboard was suggesting that the DLS number was 123. 123 for 4 with 4 wickets down, which seemed a little strange to me. I would have thought, and I said England are well ahead of Duckworth Lewis, and I just wonder, it's fiendishly difficult to decipher these things at times, but with 2 overs remaining, I think they might have got it wrong. I think the Duckworth Lewis score is 114, which would make more sense. Either way, England are ahead of it, either by 2 runs or 11. And I'm not sure we're going to see any more play anyway. What takeaways are we going to get then? Phil Salt just picking up where he left off. He's in fine form, isn't he? Adil Rashid doing the same. The old campaigner continuing. Liam Dawson, who's not that much younger than him actually, showing all his wiles and experience. Sam Curran once again showing it doesn't matter how many you go for. It's about the next ball, isn't it? Picking up a hat-trick. Overton was effective again, and great to see Archer back bowling for England.
Yeah, always. Yeah, you covered it all there, Johnny. I thought they bowled well. The spinners from their 8 overs, 5 to 50. They were both brilliant. They just give Harry Brook that control and that guile also. He still has a batter, you still have to pick it. And I just love the way that Adil Rashid just bowls it. He just backs himself and gives it flight in this modern era where Liam Dawson in the other end is not giving you any flight. He's firing it in, not giving you any room to work with. He was good. As you say, Jamie Overton, good, efficient. Archer, I mean, he's always a pleasure to watch. And him fit and raring to go, that's going to be a massive plus for England. And as you say, the batters just doing what they needed to do. As you say, Phil Short is in fantastic form. Good to see Tom Banton, maybe creating a little headache for the selectors. Do you go with myself or do you go with Duckett when he's fit? I think the form that he's shown over the last year, Tom Banton, I think he's worthy of a go. I think he's ready. I think when he burst onto the scene and everyone was talking about this young lad. I think England came a little bit too early. He went back, got himself right. He said it knocked him a little bit, all that, being with England as a young man, but I think going away, finding his game, coming back with that confidence, having a really good T20 blast, going around playing franchise cricket has helped. And, he's definitely another plus point. As you say, with Harry Brook and then, Sam Curran and, Will Jacks, Overton. I mean, England back deep. So if they field and bowl well, I think they'll go deep in the T20 tournament.
What about Sri Lanka then? It's difficult to make that was a good toss to win for England, wasn't it? For sure. They have got players to come back in. Paterano looks a player though, doesn't he? They've certainly got some skills in there. I just wonder about their batting. Does it have the power that maybe you need to win a T20 World Cup?
Yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, not too long ago, West Indies always backed themselves, didn't they, that they're going to hit more sixes than you, so they would be able to get a good score. I just don't know if Sri Lanka have enough power. They've got elegance, they've got style, panache, they have all those things that make batting look fantastic to watch. But in this power game, I just don't know. It's like, do their bowlers, they're going to have to field a lot better, but do their bowlers, if bowl first, give themselves a chance and then they chase, maybe the way that they go about it during the World Cup. I just don't know if they'll get enough with the batting. And then for their bowlers, you're asking for miracles, really. But with Pafarena, I really do like him. Unpredictability with the release point. As a batter, you're trying to set yourself up, and then he's bowling at 90 plus miles an hour. He's got the slower ball, he's getting the Yorkers, trying to hit you on the feet, got the bumper. So as a batter, you have to have your wits about you. So they've definitely got a potent weapon with him. And then the rest, Hasaranga wasn't great tonight, but he's an old campaigner. Wiley, sought after in the franchise world as well, so they'll need him to come good with the skipper. Their players are just, I always feel with teams like that, their top players have to perform if they're going to have a chance.
Okay, can confirm England have beaten Sri Lanka in the first T20. It's just been called. Roshan Abisinga on TV, and no real surprise. And haven't been told how many they've won by on Duckworth Lewis. We'll wait and find out.